One, one. 1, 2, 2. Yeah, yeah. One, two, two.
The idea to make this show came about out of a sort of a frustration. Like many of my endeavors, they are born out of some kind of frustration of not seeing what I want to see. I've been a very close observer of everything that has been coming about, and be it, the output of artists, but also what the market has done, what institutions have done, what independent spaces have done in this field, and how that has been picked up mainly by the market.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Nasir El-Rufai from Nigeria, and I've been asked to introduce our next speaker, Dr. Montek Ahluwalia. I hope I pronounced it correctly. Dr. Montek Ahluwalia was former cabinet-level official of the Indian government as deputy chairman of the Planning Commission. Before then, he had graduated from Oxford and went to work with the World Bank, went back to the Indian Public Service, and then moved to the IMF, and then back to the Indian government again. And he still works as a high-level committee member for the World Bank and IMF group panel on COVID-19 and climate change. I first heard of Dr. Montek in 1996 at the Harvard Business School when we did a case on Indian economic reforms. I never thought I would have the pleasure of ever meeting him. But why I was asked to introduce him was because in October 2020, Dele brought a copy of his book titled Backstage on Indian Economic Reforms from 1991, which I found very interesting. And thank you for the book, Dr. Montek. But the interesting part of the story is that in October 2022, one of the presidential candidates in the 2023 elections in Nigeria sought to meet with me to discuss his aspiration. He's from another party, not my political party, but he insisted on wanting to speak to me, and we met in Cairo. And during our discussions, I asked him a question which I ask every presidential candidate: why do you want to be president? He looked at me very strangely, wondering, why would anyone not want to be president? And I answered his question to the question by saying, look, what you are going to inherit as president of Nigeria if you win the election is not very nice. He said, give me an example. I said, well, what if you are sworn in today and the next day the governor of the central bank tells you you have just enough reserves to last you 2 weeks of imports? Have you thought about that? He said, is that possible? I said, yes, it is quite probable. And then he looked at me. Now he got a little scared and said, so what do you think I should do? I said, well, look, India faced the same problem in 1991, and a certain Dr. Montek Ahluwalia wrote a memorandum which guided the reforms that transformed India from that point on. India has been a rising economy since 1991, arising from the foundations laid by a memorandum that Dr. Montek wrote. So he asked me to give him the book, knowing that he's a presidential candidate, would not be able to read a 500-page book. I accepted 2 chapters in the book, photocopied them, and sent them to the presidential candidate. I didn't ask for copyright permission until 2 days ago. I never heard from the presidential candidate, and happily for my party, he lost. When I met Dr. Montek a couple of days ago, I told him the story, and he found it quite interesting. And this is why, as one of the captives of Delhi, I was asked to introduce Dr. Montek. I'm not a friend, I am a captive. I've been asked to introduce Dr. Montek Ahluwalia. I think the experience of India is something that every developing country needs to know about, particularly at this point in time when most African countries and developing countries in general are facing serious fiscal crisis. It is my honor and privilege to introduce Dr. Montek Ahluwalia.
Well, thank you very much, Governor Nasir, for that really outstanding introduction. You know, I'm kind of, having heard that introduction, I'm really waiting to hear myself speak. I'm glad you clarified one thing, that you gave bits of my book to this gentleman and then he lost the election. Reminds me of, I think, somebody who was president of the European Commission at one time who said, we all know what needs to be done. We just don't know how to get elected after we do it. And I mean, this is to anyone who's either a politician or advising a politician, this whole issue of how do you get this stuff through the politics of the system is actually the big challenge. The technical stuff, quite honestly, is not very interesting. It is interesting, but it's not very complicated. But how do you get it done politically? Somebody yesterday mentioned that politics trumps economics. I think it was Dele himself who said politics trumps economics. That's actually true. I prefer a more brutal form of that, which is that politics eats economics for breakfast. So if you're giving economic advice, just make sure that it has a political content. Now, you know, I'm also aware that it's wonderful to try and draw lessons. It's more difficult to apply them. It's actually even difficult to apply our lessons of 91 to India today, because after all, the country's changed and the world circumstances have changed. To apply them for African countries is that much more difficult. So I'm going to leave that to the audience to decide how much of what I say is actually relevant and just get on with simply putting out what I think are the key issues. Now, one very, very broad statement, the broad narrative of Indian growth is that, you know, immediately after independence, those were days when it was sort of heady optimism, newly independent country, and a leadership that had taken the country through independence. All countries in Africa have gone through that. So the first few years were really pretty good. Our growth rate did not come up to the target of 5%, but it was around 4.5%. And then things began to deteriorate. And actually, sometime during the 1960s, and particularly in the 1970s, it became very clear in India that, you know, not only we were not doing as well as was targeted, but we were not really doing as well as other countries in East Asia. And you can always explain these things as due to exceptional circumstances. But when you see that happening over a long period, it triggers a bit of thinking. And I think in India in the 1980s, there was that very clear recognition that, look, we're not in a mess, but we're not really doing nearly as well as we should be doing. And what had happened in the 1980s was just the beginning of economic reform, a sort of a little bit of reform, a sort of incrementalist change, but nothing that was actually creating a break in the trend towards what we thought we should be doing. And especially at a time when East Asia was kind of charting out a whole new path. And this is very important in the debate in any country, that we should be constantly aware of how other countries are doing to set the standard. Now, obviously, the other countries have to be, in some sense, comparators, which makes sense. But that's something that would be decided by those debating it in the country. So, very briefly, I think it's generally agreed that 1991 was a breakthrough, a watershed, whatever you want to call it. And I think what happened was that during the 1980s, we were trying to pump up growth through a bit of fiscal expansionism. And that, of course, led to excess demand in the system, which in turn spilled over into the balance of payments. And the balance of payments widened. We didn't have the kind of capital inflows needed to finance that. So the reserves kept going down. And there are various ways in which people hide the extent to which reserves are going down. And some of that was also happening. But inside the government, we knew that this is actually a somewhat dressed up figure and the underlying position is worse. And in 1990, we had more or less told the government that, look, things are bad and you better take some corrective steps. But at that time, the politics of the country turned in a very different direction. I mean, we had a government that was elected, run by Mr. VP Singh, minority government. He was pushed into politically expedient steps which created more instability. And at a time when the domestic politics seemed very uncertain, Saddam Hussein decided to invade Kuwait, which of course sent the oil prices shooting up. That led to an immediate strain on the balance of payments. And the perception that the government wasn't really in control led to a lot of loss of confidence. It's not so much that capital started flowing out, because we had capital control. So even if an Indian felt that the currency was going to depreciate, it wasn't easy for them to move money out. But the capital that was coming in, banking loans, etc., that just dried up. So effectively, we had a net deterioration in the ability to finance the deficit, and so reserves began to collapse. And that's when, towards the end of that crisis, the reserves were equal to about 2 weeks of imports. And in those days, since the exchange rate wasn't flexible enough, the government introduced more controls on imports, which of course created scarcities in the domestic economy, disruptions of production, rise in prices. Inflation is the thing, by the way, which most affects people. So the time when politicians begin to sense that there's a problem is when inflation goes up. Our structure was wrong and needed to be radically altered. I think you were very kind, Governor Nasir, to mention that I wrote a memorandum. And it's interesting to just point out that I was in the Prime Minister's office, Mr. VP Singh's office, when he went to Malaysia to attend the Commonwealth Heads of Government meeting. And in Kuala Lumpur, he said to me, you know, I came here as Deputy Minister of Commerce in 1973, and Kuala Lumpur was quite a sleepy-looking place. And I'm amazed at how it's modernized. And I said to him, you know, I also used to come here at about that time when I worked for the World Bank. I mean, I went back to India in 79. And in 73, he was absolutely right. Malaysia, Kuala Lumpur, was like a provincial Indian town, whereas by the time we'd gone there again, which was like 1990, it had transformed itself into a much more modern city. And he said, why do you think that's so? And I said, that's because they've done a lot of reforms and we've done none. So he said, why don't you write a note for me on what we should do? So based on that, I wrote something which I handed to him, and it became a subject of a lot of discussion. But you know, the key thing I learned in writing that was that there isn't enough sitting back and taking a holistic view of what's wrong. I mean, the way our governments work, I mean, if exports are not doing well, you tell the Commerce Ministry what's going wrong with exports. And if the system you're running is one in which the exchange rate is overappreciated and industrial controls and import controls prevent competition from performing their role, the Commerce Ministry is not going to look at those things. The Commerce Ministry is going to say, well, we have an export promotion scheme which subsidizes Indian export industries, and we must strengthen that, so we increase the rate of subsidy and give me more money. They could never go to the government and say, you know, the real problem is your industrial policy, because that belongs to some other ministry. Nor could they say, the exchange rate is out of line, why don't you depreciate that? That belongs to the finance ministry. So I think we needed a much more holistic analysis of what's going wrong, so that one could look at the package of measures which taken together would put the system right. And I think that's what I enjoyed in writing that paper, and that's what, somehow that paper leaked, which is another wonderful thing. I mean, we're not a very transparent government, but we had a very active press. So somebody, the Indian Express, printed the whole thing, saying this is a paper. Now, mind you, one of the reasons they did was that VP Singh didn't actually approve the paper, but he said, let it be discussed in the Committee of Secretaries. Now that means 50 copies had to be made and distributed, sort of virtually certain that it would get leaked. And because it seemed to be recommending dramatic changes, and everybody knew it had come from the Prime Minister's office, they all thought maybe this is reflecting what the PM is thinking about. To be honest, I don't know whether he actually approved or not. He was actually a reformer, but I think it was his idea that we must start the debate. And that's, for the first time, I realized that, there were a number of people, even in the technocracy, who didn't agree with all this. But surprisingly, there were quite a lot that did. And that led to a huge debate in the Indian Express, where former politicians and senior civil servants and well-known economists discussed these issues. I don't think they would have discussed the thing if it had been a normal government document saying we must improve this and we must improve that. What struck them was that what this thing is saying, and it did say, that we've got to wake up and smell the coffee, the world is changing, even the communist countries of Eastern Europe have abandoned socialism or communism, and we are still going on with whatever the hell we were doing 30 years earlier. And this is partly a problem of continuity. When you have a party that's been in power, it tends to value continuity. It's very difficult if you're a Congress chief minister or prime minister to say, well, look, I know the previous guys used to say A, B, and C, but that was the 70s. This is the 90s. We're going to change this around. So they like to be saying, this is our line and I'm not departing from it. So there was a tendency to glorify continuity and not emphasize change, which is not a good thing. Anyway, I think what the government did, and this is a critical lesson, the government decided to use the crisis as an opportunity. The Chinese tell me that the Chinese word for crisis, the ideogram, consists of two separate things which taken together also mean opportunity. So for them, crisis is actually written like opportunity. They were able to mobilize support that we've got a crisis, we've got to do something, and this is what we're going to do. And yes, it's very different from what happened earlier, but don't worry, this is the right thing to do. And that was not a technical decision, that was a political decision. So in that sense, the reason all this worked is that the politics decided to run with it. I obviously give a lot of credit to Manmohan Singh as the politically inducted technocrat who would have persuaded the minister, the prime minister. And I know that the Prime Minister also knew that we are doing things in a somewhat old-fashioned way. And I mentioned in my book that he told Manmohan Singh that, okay, I think I see your point. So why don't you go ahead and do it? And let's put it this way. If you succeed, we'll share the credit. And if you fail, the blame will all be yours. And Manmohan thought it was a reasonably good package to do. And I mean, it worked. Now, I have limited time, so I don't want to go on and on giving you an endless account. But there are two or three things that are quite relevant. It's unambiguous that India performed much better after 1991. But that also took time. It wasn't really until the early 2000s. Because in the first few years after the reforms, we did much better. But then there was the East Asian crisis of 97, a bit of a setback. It's after 2002 that the average growth rate for 15 years exceeded 7%, which is what traditionally used to be regarded as the cutoff for defining a fast-growing economy. Right now, of course, there's a lot of people saying we are the fastest growing economy in the world, which is true, but that's because China has slowed down dramatically. So I don't put that much weight on that, but it is true that the Indian economy has shown over a consistent period a lot of oomph, and that's a good thing. Now, second important lesson after never waste a crisis is that, you need to constantly rethink policy. I mean, typically what happens is when you engage in gradualist reform, you pick certain things and you do them quickly, and then you do other things, and by then the momentum of reform has slowed down. So the implementation of those things also becomes slower. We had that on the whole financial sector, and also in things like privatization, where we were a bit mealy-mouthed, if you like. I mean, we sort of said yes, but not quite, and we had a half-baked policy that we used to call it disinvestment rather than outright privatization. But, as early as the mid-90s, the government said that, look, we're going to divest more than 50% in a whole lot of public sector enterprises, but we never actually did it because the political resistance, even for other governments which came and had declared their intention to privatize, was very strong. However, some strategic decisions taken earlier made a big difference. One of them was getting rid of the reservation of certain industries for the private sector. That was in 1991, a very peculiarly harsh characteristic of Indian control. It was the old Labour Party notion of the commanding heights of the economy would remain in the public sector, and that was changed. I said, look, if the private sector, these are important industries, and if the private sector wants to get into important industries, let them. What happened over time was that allowing the private sector to come in changed the character of the sector. So whereas steel was dominantly a public sector industry, it soon became dominantly a private sector industry. Similarly, airlines were originally a public sector thing. Air India only got privatized last year. But long before that, new Indian airlines had come in and made the sector much more private. So it was a very funny policy that we were willing to privatize the sector, but we're not so willing to privatize the individual public sector units. And frankly, that was a waste of resources. Had we taken the plunge and privatized the units themselves, we would have got benefits earlier. But what the politicians would say is that, in a democracy, doing things gradually has the advantage that it gives everyone a little bit more breathing time to get on board. And very often people can say, well, I opposed the privatization then, and that was right, but I'm willing to do it now because circumstances have changed. Whatever it is, it creates greater space to build a consensus on what is necessary. And the whole issue of gradualism versus Big Bang has been a big thing in the debate on economic reforms in all countries. And at one time, there used to be a very strong preference for a Big Bang, and sort of gradual reforms were felt to be not very good or not very likely to be effective. I think the Indian experience suggests that that's not actually true. Providing successive governments carry through, and every 4 or 5 years, a major new area is opened up, I think you can achieve quite a bit. I say new area, it's not a case of listing all the things in 91 and then ticking what have you done. Because what you thought important in 91 may not be the most important today. After all, a hell of a lot of time has changed, the world has changed. So, but you do need to have a constant debate on policy. And policy should not be left only for governments to formulate. I think it's very important that there is a more or less public debate in which, quite frankly, not just economists, but civil society organizations also get involved. And our experience was that civil society organizations don't always have the right, what I would call the right economic perspective, all well-meaning. But the point is, as long as they're representative and important, you better get them on board. I mean, otherwise their ability to badmouth the policy and attribute the worst kind of motives is very strong. So a debate that involves people getting together and trying to see where we can move forward is quite important. Now, one of the things I want to mention is I'm aware that there's a lot of talk about whether South Africa will go to the IMF. There's a belief that there's a lot of resistance to South Africa going to the IMF. Now, South Africa is not in the position that India was in 1990, where you just had 2 weeks of reserves. For a variety of reasons, they're more comfortable than that. There are stresses, there are problems. But one of the issues really which South Africa, the current debate as I understand it, exemplifies, is that, the IMF is not seen as an available partner for development. It's actually seen, going to the IMF is a confession that you've mucked up the economy. And this is it was easy for us to go to the IMF because we could say the previous government mucked up the economy. So, I think it's very important for governments to position themselves either to lead by laying out the reforms themselves and saying, by the way, we can get a lot of money which would ease the implementation of the reforms, and we'll do that from the IMF. That's one approach. The other approach is that you're broke and you go to the IMF, and the IMF then says, you've got to do this, and you've got to do that, and you've got to do the other, and the entire opposition says, you're in hock to the IMF. Now, we had that position. There were people in 1991 who said, look, you're going to the IMF, that means they'll force you to do all kinds of things. And we made it very plain that, we want to do much more than what the IMF regards as its conditions. And of course, we'll observe those conditions because we find the money useful. But we'll actually do more than that. And Mr. V.P. Singh, when he was Prime Minister, he had been told in 1990 by his finance ministry that, it looks as if we may need to get some IMF support. But, he was a minority government. The left was sort of supporting him. He was very doubtful that he'd be able to manage it politically. So he just asked me personally, he said, do you think we should go to the IMF? And I said, look at it this way. What the IMF does is it gives you more time to do what you want. You can certainly avoid going to the IMF if you think it's politically unwise or unfeasible. But that only means you'll have to do things twice as fast as you otherwise would. I don't think you should view the IMF as something which is going to tell you what to do. I think it's better to go to the IMF saying, this is what we diagnose the situation, we really want to do this, and we need a certain amount of time to do it, and if you give us the money, we have that time. If on the other hand, you don't give us the money, and if you leave that decision until it's very late, then you really have no alternative but to do twice as much as the IMF, for the simple reason that when you have an IMF program, people think that the watchdog view that the IMF performs ensures that you'll actually do what you promised. Whereas in the absence of the IMF, you have to convince the market yourself that you really intend to do all this. And it's a big pity. I mean, I spent 2 or 3 years as director of the Independent Evaluation Office of the IMF, which was set up in the immediate aftermath of the Indonesian crisis in '97, where the IMF somewhat disgraced itself because, it prescribed a whole range of conditionalities which went beyond the core macro issues. And it led to a big backlash that they were just pushing free market ideology. People who said, by the way, that this was right, I mean, the distortions the IMF wanted removed did indeed need to be removed. But they felt that isn't part of macroeconomic correction. That's a separate issue which should be handled separately. Well, I mean, we've so far, one good thing in India has been that although we have a very fractious politics, the political parties sort of always ready to spar and throw accusations at each other. But I think anyone looking at the thing objectively would say that there is continuity in Indian policy. Parties that think very poorly of each other have alternated, but they haven't actually reversed. Here and there, there's been a reversal. but by and large, the thrust towards policy has continued. The challenge of rethinking policy is particularly important right now. I mean, that's true for India, it's true for all African countries. And I just mentioned two things which I think are relevant, which I won't go into because they take far too long. One is climate change. This is a humongous new thing, and lots is being written on it, and hopefully we will get a lot done. We have now, all of us, made commitments to get to net zero, but I don't think anyone can say that we're actually taking the kind of policies needed to make those commitments real. And the last issue really is the global economy going to remain open? You read about it all the time. It's a fractured global politics. I think all said and done, I don't think the world is going to be too fractured, although there will be some change. So countries would be well advised to plan to work with with an integrated global economy, though watching out for the kind of security backlashes that are likely to happen. Well, I'm sure I haven't touched on everything, but there isn't time, and they're going to tear me apart in the next session. So there'll be a lot of opportunity to point out weaknesses. Thank you very much for listening to me. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Dr. Ahluwalia, for those comments. Most of you may not know me. My name is Simon Freemantle. I work as a political economist, largely focusing on South Africa, but also at many other key African markets. And Delia has asked me to step in. Initially, you were meant to have former African Development Bank head Donald Kaberuka, so I apologize for the enormous drop-off in the caliber of my contribution. But first I'm going to ask Nasir to give us a response to Dr. Ahluwalia's opening remarks, following which we will have a conversation and make it as interactive as possible, specifically around how the Indian model can refer to or can guide the kind of reforms that are necessary in Africa. I'm sure many people in the audience have a strong understanding of South Africa in particular, and there were so many reference points already just from the opening remarks. But we'll try and weave in some other African markets as well. And of course, Nasir can speak in great detail and with great experience about Nigeria in particular. But please, your response.
Thank you, Simon. Yes, I think that I can speak a little bit about Nigeria, not quite a lot. This is supposed to be economists over coffee. I'm not an economist. I've just been in public policy space for a while in Nigeria. I think there are many lessons we can learn from India, yet, as Dr. Montek Ahluwalia pointed out, there is some difference in context. The world has changed from 1991 to date. But there are a few lessons. The first one that he pointed out is that don't waste a crisis. I think most developing countries are facing serious economic crisis due to a variety of global developments, from the COVID-19 pandemic and the Ukraine war immediately after. And I think that this is a time that we should look at the lessons of India and other countries that have faced crisis and do something to change the directions of our economies. What I found very interesting about India is the fact that even though parties have changed, some of whom are ideologically opposed, diametrically opposed to each other, there seems to be some level of continuity, which suggests either there is a high degree of elite consensus among the politicians or a strong civil service. It is my view that the quality of the Indian civil service probably contributed to that. So countries like Nigeria that have poor quality to medium quality public service may not be able to achieve the same levels of continuity. So that's something to watch out for. The quality of public servants is as important the quality of policies and quality of politicians at the top. And I think this is something we should watch out for. The third issue is whether gradualism works better than Big Bang. The situation where most countries are, particularly, coming back to Nigeria, is that we really have no space for gradualism. We are moving very, very rapidly to a point whereby our reserves or our net reserves are equivalent to a couple of months of imports. So we need to think very quickly what we are going to do. Going to the IMF is an option, but it is not an option that most politicians like to live with. I don't know how many politicians have gone to the IMF and won the next election. And as Dr. Montek pointed out, most of the time, political leaders know what to do, know the reforms to implement, and can even implement the reforms. The problem is, do you get re-elected after implementing the reforms? And usually that's the deal breaker. But having said that, I think there are lots of lessons we can learn from the experience of India, even though the times, the context, and the levels of global integration have changed since then. I will stop here. Thank you.
Thank you, Nasir. I'd like to jump in on that point of leadership. So, Dr. Ahluwalia, reading your book, it's so clear at several points in the book how important leadership was in creating the context through which these reforms could be pursued. And you talk about reform by stealth, which shouldn't be confused with gradualism, but there was intent, there was continuity, and you refer on many occasions in your book to the leadership provided by Manmohan Singh in particular. To bring it down to the African context and to ask a related question, there is an ongoing debate about what would be the best political system for African countries to have to draw themselves out of the crisis. And there's very often reference on how democracy can get in the way, too much consultation. You talk about India as a fractious democracy or fractious politics, but it can be debilitating in some markets. And there's somewhat of a call for or a reference to the China model, or what is sometimes referred to as benign dictatorship, if such a thing exists. I wonder, in your context, in your experience, how important was democracy itself to the processing of the reforms in India, and also to give us some thoughts around the importance of leadership and how central that was to India's capacity to deliver these reforms?
Well, I'm aware that, right now globally, the Chinese are actually quite explicitly saying that they have the best working model and rejecting the idea that democratic models are better. So that's a good competition. But as far as India is concerned, we are too diverse a country to have anything other than democracy. So I always say that India should never be given any credit for being a democracy because it doesn't have the option. So the question is, are we being a good democracy? That's a relevant issue. And yes, I think it's tough. It's always tempting to regard debate and discussion as delaying things. And I can think of, in my book, I give examples of how some civil society organizations, for example, took a stand against certain so-called developmental projects. Now, they were right in that a lot of those developmental projects were not doing what they should be doing, which is taking care of the interests of those that would be dispossessed of the land and all that kind of thing. But the nature of the debate is not that let's sit down and see how this can be done, but we can stop it by having a protest. So you have to value that as a contribution. Otherwise, you just view them as a nuisance. And I think, on the whole, it was actually a contribution, but it did lead to some very, very peculiar consequences. I'll give you one example. There was a big project, an irrigation project, the Narmada project in India in the 90s, which was being funded by the World Bank. And global NGOs were very concerned that this project would dispossess a lot of people whose land would be submerged by the dam that was set up. And the proposal was that they would be relocated. And it was interesting that the dam was sort of pretty much on the border between Madhya Pradesh and Gujarat. And since the Gujarat government was going to get the benefit of the dam in terms of water, etc., they offered land in order to rehabilitate the villages. But it means crossing a state line. And some of the NGOs in Europe said this was a violation of their human rights, because if they had to be relocated, they should be relocated in the same state. And I remember Prime Minister Rao saying to me, are these guys aware that I could relocate them in the same state and take them 700 miles away, but in fact I'm taking them 15 miles across the border? And do you really think that they would prefer the former to the latter? So, lots of these kinds of conflicts arise, and I think this is where what you say, leadership. I don't know what leadership in this context means, but you've got to wake up every morning and decide, this is the opposition I face, how do I get them on board? And my feeling is that if you allow a little bit more time and you give people the right to be heard, you blunt a fair amount of that opposition. I think you also need to recognize that very often the criticisms that are being voiced, that the state is very insensitive to the human needs of people, is actually correct. So I think if you adopt the approach that, look, you don't adopt the approach that all these protests are meaningless because my guys tell me that there's no problem, but you send an independent person and they'll tell you that, look, it may cost a little bit more money, but you would actually gain a lot of support. So I think leadership, the problem-solving approach, the approach of consultation can achieve a lot in a democratic society. More importantly, I think the fact that these kinds of spontaneous upsurges of protests actually lead to some change in policy itself is a very good thing, because it makes people aware of what is actually what is possible, providing you get your act together.
That draws me to a point here. In South Africa, there's a book written by a Wits academic around protest as a form of politics. In South Africa, we tend to see protest as a form of anti-establishment momentum against the state or against the state's failure to deliver, but conceptualizing it as a useful part of a process towards reform, if there is listening, if there is engagement rather than suppression, and that's a key component. Nasir, I just want to bring you in on the same conversation around leadership. You've been in a very prominent leadership position in Nigeria. Nigeria is also extraordinarily diverse, so perhaps the same is true, and I would say the same would be true of South Africa. You have no choice. But it must be very difficult to push through decisions despite resistance that you may face. Take us through your thoughts around what kind of leadership is required in Nigeria, and as well whether you think that leadership is present now, given the recent changes to government.
Well, let me begin with the end and just make it very clear. I think that we just elected a new president. He took office on the 29th of May, and I think it's too early to comment on the performance of that president and that government. So I want to start from there very, very clearly. And I'm conflicted. We are from the same party. I was very active in campaigning for him, and I'm not going to disavow him in any way prematurely, in my view. But honestly, my experience in the public service is that, yes, Nigeria is a very diverse country, huge country. I was explaining that even my state, which is one of Nigeria's 36 states, has had a population of 10 million people, which is bigger than several African countries, and our annual budget exceeds that of several African countries. So Nigeria is huge and very diverse, and it is clear to me having lived most of my life under military rule, it is very, very clear to me just that, like India, the only way Nigeria has any chance of being viable is to be a functioning democracy. I think there is broad consensus on that across Nigeria, particularly from people of my generation that lived through about 30 years in total of military rule, which is about half of our lifetime. Now, how do you push policies through in such diverse societies? My experience in Nigeria is that it's not very difficult if there is sincerity on the part of the leadership. And Nigerians are really very smart people. They see through you when you are not sincere, when you say one thing and do another. Nigerians, I think, are designed to see loopholes in what you do, in what you say. We are just programmed like that. I don't know what it is about us that makes us that. But we see through contradictions between actions and words. And we have seen so much of that the level of cynicism is very high. But if you look across Nigeria, in parts of Nigeria where the leaders, the political leaders in particular, do what they say and do so on a consistent and even-handed basis, there is ease in implementing policies, even very difficult policies. And we've seen a lot of progress. Lagos State is one example that has been consistently growing and expanding because there has been a level of continuity of policy, and Lagos politicians actually do what they say most of the time. And there are a few islands like that across Nigeria. So overall, I think it is not that difficult to push through difficult policies in democracies, in fractious, diverse democracies, providing there is, alignment between words and actions, and there is some thought about how to get policies that will benefit a large section of the society.
Thank you. I'm struck as well, Dr. Ahluwalia, while you were talking about the need to, the importance of leadership within a fractious system. I think one of the challenges here in South Africa, of many, is that we've had a single party in power for 30 years. They've had the majority, they've had all of the political mandate to deliver structural reform, and yet one of the challenges is that much of the contestation is within that party. It doesn't come from outside. So it's not, we have a system where you have consensus within one body and the opposition emerges from alternative entities. All of the resistance to reform, this debate around which developmental model to follow, whether to privatize or not, and that's where I want to segue into now, happens within the ANC and the Tripartite Alliance. And over 30 years, that debate remains unresolved and still holds back some of the structural reforms that are required. So while we were having coffee before, we spoke about South Africa's challenges, some of them, Eskom and Transnet, and the fact that we have chronically underperforming state-owned entities, which form the backbone of our economy. And yet, despite the enormity of the crisis, you talk about crisis as an opportunity. We have severe load shedding and have had that for much of the past 8 or 9 months, and load shedding for a decade in varying forms. And our logistical performance has declined chronically as well. The mining sector can't get its product to the ports in the time of a commodity boom, which of course has an enormous effect on revenue intake and so on. And so even in this moment, we are still engaging in that structural reform tentatively. And that in itself speaks to the debilitating aspect of this internal policy contestation in the ANC and the Alliance. But it has to break, and we sense that, going back to your book, you refer to reform by stealth. And I wonder if you could share your thoughts on South Africa from what you know and what you see to be required here that could break that debilitating inability, really, to engage fully with reform.
Well, a fascinating question. I fear that I don't know enough about South Africa, but one of the key things when you get a conflict within is that there ought to be a larger debate outside the party, because after all, parties actually hope to get support from the larger public. So in a way, if the debate is joined heatedly within the party, is it also being discussed outside? Because I think within the party, those who take a particular position if they find there's enough people outside beginning to change, they will find a way of changing. You know, I make a distinction between gradualism and reform by stealth in the following sense. Gradualism, in my view, is where you clearly indicate where you want to go, but you recognize that it's going to take time. So it's, it's what Deng Xiaoping used to call crossing the river while feeling the stones. I mean, it's very clear that you want to cross the river, but you may take a zigzag route and so on. Reform by stealth is different. Reform by stealth is that you don't clearly indicate. You kind of point in a broad direction, but you don't actually indicate what you're going to do this year or next. You wait for an opportunity when somehow you can sneak it through, and then you do it. I mean, I call that opportunistic reform. That is, a good example would be tariff reduction. Let's say you have a tariff of 45% on something, and there's a general agreement this is too high, and it should go down to 15. Gradualism would mean, look, every year we're going to drop it 2 percentage points. So everybody knows what's going to happen. Reform by strength means we've got to think about this and somehow find a way of doing it, and I'm not telling you exactly when. Now, then you should be reasonably sure that it's not going to be raised. Sometimes that does happen, but you can't tell when it's going to be lowered. So I think there are two perfectly viable alternatives, and you can see positives in both. But in some of these debates, I think whether your ability to do reform by stealth depends on changing the public mood. I mean, it can't be the case that the debate is only within the ANC. There has to be the larger South African public opinion. Now, if they're not engaged on it, then maybe civil society and all these other groups ought to get them involved. Because after all, if outages are increasing, if load shedding is increasing, then the public is concerned. So I think the public needs to sort of express their view on it. One view, for example, we have the same problem, by the way, in India. I mean, we were successfully able to privatize generation. Generation is just a B2B business. You sell to the DISCOM. DISCOM is a real B2C business where you face the consumer. We do have some privatized DISCOMs in India, but most of them are publicly owned, performing very badly. And the government has, several governments, including the one that I was part of, have tried to launch reforms of one kind or another to see whether performance within the public sector can be improved. But the problem really is that political interference makes it virtually impossible for anyone managing these DISCOMs to treat them as a pure business proposition. So, I mean, I've been in favor and have been saying that we ought to move towards privatization. Now, one way of privatizing, for example, would be to agree to privatize the distribution for some major cities. Not the whole of it, but for some major cities. If you find that the performance of the privatized DISCOM in part of the system is much better than when the thing was run by the public sector, then surely an opinion will build up that, it's only the employees in the public sector who have, or worse, it's not just the employees, the unions representing the employees who have a strong interest in keeping these things public. But that's only you need to know more about South Africa to judge whether that kind of thing can work or not.
No, thank you. And I think to give some credit where it's due, our President Ramaphosa has to some extent approached that the electricity reform by stealth, using crises. I mean, when initially load shedding intensified, some of the resistance in that moment, public anger is so pronounced that the president announced that the embedded generation cap, so how much power you could produce yourself without needing to get a license, which took many years, leapt from 1 megawatt to 100 megawatts in one moment, which would not have been possible if there'd been low levels of load shedding or too much debate and consultation. And 12 months later, load shedding was severe again, and he lifted the cap completely. And any kind of positive reform we're seeing now in South Africa is emerging in the space from those two moments in which a severe crisis was capitalized on. So there are aspects of that, but I feel as though it's not tied together. It's not tied into an overarching plan. And I'd like to bring you in, but Nasir, just on your thoughts on the need for that plan, that vision. Dr. Ahluwalia spent time working for the Planning Commission in India, and in your book you speak highly of the purpose of that and how it's been disbanded recently and what impacts that may have on the country's direction. But how would you say that process of incorporating views from multiple stakeholders and ensuring that there is sufficient enough buy-in to a plan or a vision for you to be able to deliver on it can take place in complex societies like we have across Africa, and obviously as you've led in?
Yes, yeah, you're absolutely right. You know, as Dr. Montek pointed out, quoting the European Commission President, most of the time, political leaders know what to do. The problem is assessing accurately the risks the morning after. Okay, but I believe that an institution like the Planning Commission in India, we have a Planning Commission in Nigeria, though it has not been as effective, is absolutely necessary today in most developing countries. It is very clear that most of us made the mistake of not undertaking long-term planning, particularly in the 90s. This was what the World Bank and international financial institutions sold to many developing countries to drop, economic planning as a strategy. I'm happy India did not, and Nigeria established a planning commission, but it never really functioned. There is a need to plan. One of the lessons that we got from the works of Justin Yifulin of the World Bank and Celestine Monga is the importance of structural transformation for developing countries. And most of the countries that have pursued that path have done much better than those that have not engaged in coordinated planning. And in the case of Nigeria, for instance, if you look at Nigeria's economic trajectory, the most successful 4-5-year period of economic growth, job creation, and reduced inflation was the period of the second term of President Obasanjo, 2003 to 2007, when, for the first time, the country went back into proper integrated planning, and we also got lucky. Talking about luck yesterday. We got lucky, oil prices began to rise, but we did not waste the windfall because we had planned. We had an excess crude account that was based on a fiscal rule that any surpluses above a certain benchmark price of crude oil goes to that savings account. And with that, we are able to get rid of all our foreign debt. Nigeria's fiscal health was at its best about 2007, such that even when the global financial crisis took place in 2008, Nigeria did not feel anything. Nothing was felt in Nigeria because Nigeria had a big savings account. We had huge reserves and were able to absorb the shock without any internal problems, unlike most countries. So planning is very important, long-term planning, coordinated planning, bringing all stakeholders to the table. And I want to give just one example of something we did that was very successful in 2003 to 2007 because I was in the cabinet then. At that point in time, Nigeria imported about 50% of its cement needs. We produced only about 50%, and most of the cement so-called cement manufacturers actually imported bulk cement to crush it into 50-kilogram bags. And I remember President Obasanjo convening a meeting with the cement importers and said, look, why are we importing cement? We have the limestone, we have gypsum, we have everything, we have coal. Why are we importing cement? And they laid out what their problems were. And we agreed we will stop the importation of cement within 5 years. And all the importers and manufacturers will only be allowed to import up to a certain level if they began to build cement production factories, taking, exploiting our huge reserves of limestone, gypsum, and so on. Fast forward 5 years later, exactly 5 years later, by 2009, Nigeria became a net exporter of cement. And today, one of the companies that took advantage of that opportunity, Dangote Group, is perhaps the world's third largest producer of cement and is active in 14 African countries. This started from just one idea of saying, why are we importing cement? And then we looked at the entire value chain and tried to remove all the bottlenecks. It has been a phenomenal success. And I think that we can replicate this in virtually every tradable sector. And it's a tragedy that it has not been replicated in the other tradable sectors.
Thank you, Nasir. Very useful and I think very relevant example. I want to move on to investment, FDI, and clearly, as you mentioned in your book, this was a critical component of India's ability to grow at sustained rapid rates. This is vital, of course, for Africa to be able to achieve sustained progress as well. And there's a conversation, of course, about the importance of institutions. Danny Roderick and various others, the book Why Nations Fail, which many of you may have read, place institutions in a position of primacy, to say, if you have institutional robustness, you have the capacity to absorb investment, and particularly property rights. Now, on the International Property Rights Index, and I think it's fairly reliable, some of our most important African economies rank in the bottom 20 in the world in terms of the overall property rights index. Angola, Nigeria is there, DRC is there, Ethiopia is there. So my question to you is how important is that institutional strengthening for your ability to attract investment, and what other factors should African markets be looking to focus on to be able to attract the kind of investment India did?
Well, good question. India, before 91, India was actually somewhat anti-FDI. It's not that we didn't allow FDI at all, but the terms and conditions that were laid out didn't make it attractive for anybody. And they were clearly not terms and conditions designed to ensure that the success of the policy is that there'll be more FDI. That changed in 91. I think the recognition was that FDI is not necessarily companies coming in and setting up 100% foreign-owned companies themselves, but also companies coming in and partnering with Indian companies, sometimes in a dominant position, sometimes as minority shareholders. And we took a general decision that, look, all FDI, whether it's 100% owned or part ownership, is a good thing for the Indian economy. We should encourage it. And in the very first stages, the issue wasn't so much these institutions. The issue was creating a government environment where government permission was no longer needed. And I think most people probably had not done enough homework to work out what these other details are. But as people came in, complaints also began to surface. And we found that a lot of the foreign investors, if they're investing a significant amount in the country, are going to look at the quality of the tax administration. Is the tax administration seen to be fair, or does it view a foreign investor as a sort of soft target that you can go and extract money from? The quality of the legal system, the efficiency of arbitration procedures, and of course intellectual property rights. I think we recognized all these things. We tried to do what we could. Probably on the legal side, we've not been nearly as successful as we would like, but the reason for that is that you can't have a separate law for foreign investors. You need to reform the legal system for everybody. And I think most people would agree that that is an area where we are still, we haven't done nearly as much as we should have. In fact, Indian business frequently makes this point. And not only that, but the interaction with the government. There's too much of a tendency, businessmen complain, that when there's a tax demand made on the government, by the government on the company, and there is an appeal procedure, and the appeal goes in favor of the company, the tax department appeals it all the way up to the Supreme Court. So most people feel this is really quite ridiculous. I mean, everyone recognizes that there is a antagonistic position vis-a-vis tax authorities. But a lot of people feel that if the tax authority at the appeal stage has upheld the taxpayer's position, then the government should only rarely appeal beyond that. And this is an internal government decision that we have to focus on. So yeah, we've done something, but we haven't done enough. And I think we need to do more.
I'm going to open up soon. I just want to cover one more topic, which is fascinating one, and you touched on it in your opening remarks as well, which is around the world we're in now and what the IMF has referred to, and I promise I'm not going to get technical, I was asked not to be, but geo-economic fragmentation. They wrote a report recently saying that there are enormous risks, particularly for developing countries, of being stuck in this great power contestation and forced to pick a side. And they ran some scenarios and said, if countries in the developing world are forced to and do pick a side, effectively between the US and China, the cost of that, regardless of which side you pick, can be enormous. In fact, they suggested that sub-Saharan Africa can suffer permanent economic loss as a result of this geo-economic fragmentation. And that happens through trade, it happens through migration, it happens through technological diffusion. And so we're entering an era in which there are enormous risks in this geopolitical environment. Also around FDI, friendshoring, that you're only going to invest in countries that you believe suit your foreign policy agenda. And South Africa has hit up against that risk in the last several months. The US ambassador made an accusation that appears not to have been true, that we sold arms to Russia. The rand hit almost 20 to the dollar, and a lot of American investors, institutional and fixed investors that I spoke to, said South Africa is off my radar. Until the Russia-Ukraine conflict is over, while geopolitical risks are pronounced, I'm not touching a country that appears to be connected to Russia. So enormous risks within that. My question, and there was an article recently in the FT around the influence of what was referred to as middle powers, countries that have the stature and the foreign policy wherewithal to remain actively non-aligned. Kenya is one that I think is playing that balance very well, but India is perhaps the most influential middle power within this constellation. A member of BRICS, a member of G20, courted by the US, strong relationships with Europe, strong economic relationships with China, but very strong political tensions with China. And then since the Russia-Ukraine war, importing huge amounts of Russian crude oil and managing that balance, from my perspective, quite well. Seems to me that India will be able to benefit from this contestation in playing one side off against another, which could be a model for African countries in managing and navigating these headwinds. Would you agree with that?
Yeah, in general, I agree with that. But let me explain. One is we don't really know to what extent the geopolitical fragmentation will proceed. I mean, the U.S. at various levels, they seem to be sending signals that we're really concerned about denying China access to sensitive materials, including technology, so implicitly saying that trading with China is not a problem. Now, if that is really true, and I think that makes some sense, then you won't be faced with the same situation that you mentioned right now about Russia. I mean, Russia became, of course, for the US, very special, particularly arms to Russia, because of the Ukraine situation. Now, I'm sort of hoping that somehow that will settle down, although God knows how. I mean, at the moment, it's not very clear. But looking at the China thing, it seems as if what the US is saying is that we're not actually objecting to trade with China. It's just that we want to deny China access to certain kinds of machines, equipment, technology in certain areas that are sensitive. Now, any such thing is a dampener on world trade. So I don't know about other countries, but for India, anything that dampens world trade has a cost to us. The other side of the coin is that if there is an attempt to... You just need to move it closer. If there's an attempt to shift away from China, then that offers an opportunity for India and for other countries. And a lot of people feel that India could benefit from that shift. Of course, I make the point at home that I don't think that this shift should be viewed as a shift away from China towards India. They're just shifting away from China. India will have to compete with everyone else to get a share of that shift. And right now, I think the country that's benefiting most is really Vietnam and not India. But looking long term, I think people in India perceive that that's an opportunity, and I think that we really need to act in order to benefit from it. Now, interestingly, for that, we will need to lower our own protective tariffs. I mean, if the name of the game is get into a supply chain which earlier did not have India and was a lot centered on China, then we would have to align both our tariffs and also our trade facilitation with the kind of standards that exist in the countries in that value chain, which will involve very substantial reform in India, which I think would be a good thing. And I think much the same would be true of other countries. So what's true for India would be true for everybody.
Nasir, I would like your views on that. My view is that no African country should pick a side. All should remain non-aligned, but in the spirit of what some Latin American economists have referred to as active non-alignment. So not passive non-alignment, not just saying, I'm out, I don't want anything to do with this. To say, I realize it's a reality, I acknowledge that there are enormous risks, and I'm actively engaging with the countries involved in this contestation in order to draw out the benefits that. But that takes a lot of foreign policy nous, and it doesn't appear to me that, well, there are many African countries and many countries in the world that are not displaying that foreign policy nous and sensitivity. What would you say would be the way to approach this, or how have you seen it navigated in Nigeria?
Well, I agree with you completely. I think that African countries should be very, very careful in taking a side. But we have to recognize that many African countries already have a colonial history, and so have pre-existing, or you can say embedded ties to France, to the UK, and so on and so forth. But I think at this point in time, we must try to do what India is doing, which is to continue to take advantage of both sides, remain non-aligned, and think through what is in our best interest. Now, sadly, many African countries are already so highly indebted to China that option is not very clearly on the table. And I think here, the African Union and the regional economic blocs maybe should use the opportunity of some of these countries to reach out to the other side to try to reduce the China influence in many of the African countries. But having said that, we must recognize that there are 54 countries in Africa. Many of them are very small, many are very vulnerable, and many have no capacity to conduct the kind of independent foreign policy that India, South Africa, or even Nigeria would be able to. We are large countries. So, I think 3-4 countries in Africa must coordinate and take the lead so that the other smaller countries will benefit. Nigeria, South Africa, obviously, Ethiopia, Egypt. If these 4 countries can put their heads together under the auspices of the Africa Union or Africa Continental Free Trade Area and think through how Africa will engage with China and the US of the near future, I think we'll all survive better. But it's work that needs to be done at the continental level, because some of our countries are too small and too tiny and too I would say captured by some of the European and global powers to be able to conduct independent foreign policy in that regard.
Yeah, I think that's an excellent point. I would add Kenya into that. And interestingly, the four countries that you mentioned, Ethiopia and Egypt, have both been invited now to join BRICS. And I think that introduces an interesting component. And then the African Union is the 21st member of the now G21. And so there's an opportunity there, I sense. In the last 17 or so minutes, I'd like to open up and see if there's any comments or contributions, of which there are many. So apologies for leaving it late. Let me start there, and then here, and here, and here. And let's take four in one round.
Thank you very much for the opportunity. It's interesting to me that you said, Dr. Ahluwalia, that democracy for you is sort of the basis for which India would continue to sort of do well, because even within India, there are people who believe that the country is actually descending into fascism. They point to the rise of violent Hindu nationalism, the killing of Muslims, the burning of churches, which many critics believe is actually something that the government is tacitly basically endorsing. So in light of the conversation we had yesterday, where the Reverend and the Bishop talked about separatism and the fact of what that does to a country, can I have your opinion regarding how, identity politics is playing out in India and what this means for the overall health of the country? Thank you.
Thank you. Please, could you introduce yourself? All we saw was a bright light at us, so we couldn't see.
My name is Kadria Ahmed. I'm from Nigeria. I'm a journalist.
Okay, thanks so much. Yes.
Thank you and good morning. My name is Kulega Nimate. I'd like the views of the panelist, Dr. Ahluwalia, about what are the key ingredients to getting sort of long-term planning as a driver for reforms? Because I don't think it's enough simply to have a planning commission. We established one here in South Africa. It hasn't been very effective. So I don't think just having a planning commission and having a plan on paper is actually what drives the changes. So what would you say are the key ingredients to getting that right? Thank you.
Places that I think actually are not, what we should be comparing with. I mean, Singapore is, I think, over 5 million people, which is maybe 2 10-man blocks in Lagos or something. But India, there's so much in common, from the colonial heritage. I found that India had the same 5-year development plans that, that Nigeria had. The civil service, we inherited the same parliamentary democracy before we abandoned it. In the last 2 years, Nigeria has added, I think, 60 million people to the digital identity database. India did 1 billion people. There's just so much in common. And I wonder how we can be more conscious and deliberate about learning. It's interesting. The first commandant of the Nigerian Defense Academy was Indian. So there has been a history of, learnings and stuff. So I wonder if there are any thoughts about how we can actually be conscious about how do we learn from this comparable democracy that is India, and in both ways actually, not even just Nigeria learning, but India. So, I don't know if you have any thoughts, any of the panelists had any thoughts about how we can just be deliberate about learning, forging the partnerships that, and learning from each other's mistakes and experiences. Thank you.
Let's take this one and then we'll manage that round.
Thank you. Tukumbo Ishmael, an investor on the continent. At the beginning, you mentioned, Malam, about the fact that Nigeria doesn't have time for gradualism. But you also mentioned that the civil service is a scourge and clearly didn't have the benefit of India's civil service. I'd like perhaps for both of you, from yourself, Doctor, the lessons on civil service reform, and from yourself, Malam, about the advice you would give the current government to reform the civil service in Nigeria in particular, given that you say we don't have time for gradualism, but we do need education of human capital.
So Dr. Ahluwalia, would you like to start? I've written down the 4 questions, so if you forget some of them, just look at my way.
You want to shoot? You want to summarize them?
I'll summarize. So the first one was on India and the recent rise in nationalism, identity politics, and how that squares with democracy. And then let's jump to the 4th on civil service reform. And then the second was from Kulikani on the importance or the ingredients for long-term planning.
Yeah, the first one on identity politics, I mean, as the lady herself said, there seems to be something that one sees around the world. And I have a feeling that the rise of social media has made it easy for anyone who's trying to mobilize public opinion, sort of tend to focus on emphasizing identity. At the same time, our official position is repeated several times by the Indian government and the Prime Minister is to take pride in the fact that we're a diverse country and celebrate pluralism. Now, I agree that, in a way, the search for identity politics moves in the opposite direction from celebrating diversity. I just hope that the way our system works, the commitment to respect diversity and pluralism will not be diluted. I fear, though, that with social media, anyone who wants to go down that path, and some of them may well be political, it's very difficult to control. And we need we need a much more informed discussion on what these issues are, what is fake news, what is right and what is not right. And I would say that, that discussion in India, you can now begin to see it's happening. So I'm just hoping that the innate pluralism that we've always, which is factually indisputable, is surfacing, and it will affect the temper of politics. But that's a hope and expectation. We have to wait and see how it works. On civil service reform, that's a toughie because, I'm told by a lot of people that that requires a lot of expertise. And certainly in India, we have the rather obvious requirements of, civil service with assured career independence. You can't be fired, there's that. Some people complain about that, but the top civil service is recruited through competitive exams. I personally think they need to be given much more continuous training. It's not enough to just choose people select them on a so-called meritocratic basis. But more than that, the complexity of the economy now is such that the idea of the civil service implementing policy is not necessarily a correct description of what happens, except in certain areas, like health and education and basic infrastructure. A lot of the rest of the regulation of the private sector, including the design of policy for investors, has to be a complex interaction between the business community, the investor community, academics, economists, lawyers, etc. And I think governments need to recognize that they need a much broader range of consultation, even on simple things like tax policy. Leaving tax policy to the revenue service is a disaster. Because their job is to implement whatever the ideal tax policy is. But what the ideal tax policy is should be based on much broader discussion. I think the worst thing that we have in India, and I've said this for several governments, that we borrowed this absurd colonial legacy of the secrecy of the budget, where the theory is based on the fact that the budgets must be made in secret by the finance ministry and only revealed when it's revealed in Parliament. So as a result, we used to have, when I was Finance Secretary, we used to have innumerable consultations with business, when business people would say, look, this is what you should do. But we would never say what we thought was right or wrong. As a result, it was not a productive discussion. I mean, they'd just come and do their bit and we'd take our notes, and they didn't know what notes we had taken. When the 91 reforms happened, Dr. Manmohan Singh set up a committee headed by one of our leading fiscal economists, including some businessmen and accountants and lawyers and so on, and said, look, take a look at the whole tax system and come back and give us some expert advice. And I think this would be true in things like the management of the securities market. I mean, look, right now, with digital technology, you're seeing in the United States very innovative steps being taken by the federal, whatever, I forget what, the FTC, what does it stand for? Lena Khan heads it. And she's taking Google to court.
Federal Trade Commission.
Trade. She's taking Google to court on the grounds that under the new digital sort of economy, Google is actually seriously damaging the interests of consumers. A very complex kind of issues. Now, these are things that can only be done by a much deeper set of institutions with the involvement of a lot of technocracy. Can't just be left to civil servants. So I think rather than civil service reform narrowly defined, I think we need governance reform, much broader. And probably the civil service, if you put the civil service in an environment in which governance reform is looked after, these guys will not be so bad. Except we ought to give them a few more mid-course training and, PhDs and that kind of stuff.
Thank you. Nasir, can you come in on the two questions of the comparisons between Nigeria and India, which I think speaks right to your anecdote that started this discussion, and then also on civil service reform?
Yes, no, I think I agree with Tolu that, Nigeria and India have some things in common. The scale differs, of course. India is, 5 times the size of Nigeria in terms of population. There's an entire subcontinent. But yes, there are many things I think we should learn from India. I've been doing my PhD research on electricity reforms, and it's very interesting how similar the problems of electricity in India are to Nigeria. And there are many things to learn, and unfortunately that's not very well known in Nigeria, and perhaps since you're a social media influencer, maybe you should take that as your project. Regarding civil service reform, I completely agree and align myself with Dr. Montek's views. I think we need to go beyond civil service reforms, which has never been done successfully anywhere in the world, by the way. I know this because in 2005, I led the public service reform team of President Obasanjo's government, and we did something which was promptly reversed by the next administration. The civil service has an ability to survive reform. They are very resilient. And really the rule is, don't allow your civil service to be broken. Once it is broken, you are permanently screwed. Okay, because there is nothing like successful civil service reform. You either have a good civil service or you don't. So the few areas where we've seen organizational reforms in the public service succeed and remain sustainable is when you have governance reform, when you have the political leadership at the political level, of excellent quality remaining there for a long time. And then that institution, that organization becomes an island of excellence. And a friend of mine, Joe Abba, did his PhD actually on that. He calls it effective institutions in ineffective environment, something like that. It's very interesting thesis where he picked organizations like the EFCC, the FIRS, and the Inland Revenue Service under IFECO and so on, and essentially showed that it is possible to have functioning, well-reformed organizations within the overall service, providing it is driven by governance reforms as advocated by Dr. Ahluwalia. So I think that's the way to go. We need to bring in quality, your kind of quality, from the private sector to the top echelons of the public service to drive that change everywhere at the same time. And then perhaps you'll achieve what you're looking for in terms of civil service reform. Thank you.
Thanks, Nasir. I'm reminded of Brian Levy's work on South Africa, where he talks about the need for islands of effectiveness. So very similar to what you're saying, which we have in SARS, in National Treasury, and also at a municipal level. Many of the cities are falling apart, but we have others that are functional, and those need to be capacitated more to be able to play that role. I realize that I did not cover this side of the room. We have a few minutes left only, so please keep your questions very brief, and Dr. Ahluwalia and Nasir can provide similarly brief answers. I'm sorry, I'm only going to be able to take 3. 1, 2, and there was one there. 3, yeah.
Thank you.
Sorry.
Thank you, Simon. Must I stand up? My name is Pippa Green. Thanks very much for an interesting, very interesting discussion. I have a question that pertains partly to South Africa, but also to your countries. And I've never been to India, but I've been to Nigeria, which is one of our main structural problems in South Africa is unemployment, particularly youth unemployment, and it's one of the research finds, it's the biggest driver of income inequality. But the economists say that we also have a very small informal sector, the smallest of all developing countries, comparable developing countries around the world. And there are all sorts of reasons for that, regulation and red tape. But what is the situation in your countries in terms of the informal sector, and do you believe it's an antidote to unemployment? Thank you.
Yeah, okay. Thank you. Yeah, Richard Joseph. I just want to make my comments very quickly. I am sure that Dele Olojide and his team are thinking of where do we go with a lot that's going on. And there's something that's very obvious from the conversation today, built on what somebody said earlier on. And this is Nigeria, India, and South Africa. And so I think of it as NISA, because we have a certain incoherence in what's happening internationally with the organization. All right? The group of 20 is now going to be a group of 21. BRICS is now whatever. But just listening today, and let me just say 3 common themes that I've heard today. The first about democracy. Dr. Montek, you talk about the necessity of it in these very complex plural countries. All 3 share that. The second one has to do with purpose. And here we have Dr. El-Rufai talking about purpose and public service, both in terms of the political leaders and the civil service. And then the third one is, I told you, my taxi driver before I came here, talk about sincere leaders. Dr. El-Rufai now talks about sincerity. How do you, and defining sincerity in terms of words and actions, and saying that the people can perceive the words that is used and what the actions that are followed. So I really said that NISA, on the basis of this conversation, is something worth pursuing. Thank you.
Hi there, I'm Riza Daniels. I'm a professor of economics at UCT. And I'd like to address my question to Dr. Ahluwalia. And my question is, what have we learned for economic policy making from COVID-19?
From?
COVID-19.
So let's address Pippa's excellent question and very necessary one about the informal sector. Perhaps, Nasir, can you come in on that? And then Dr. Ahluwalia, you can cover the 2 questions that were asked as well. And thank you so much, Richard, for your input. I thought it summed up the conversation beautifully.
Sorry, what was the question?
It was about the informal sector and its interface with unemployment in Nigeria and other markets.
Yeah, well, in Nigeria, it's the exact opposite. Our informal sector, I think, is estimated by the IMF to be 75% of the economy. It's 3 times the formal sector. And it is part of the explanation, I think, for Nigeria's resilience. So even though the official unemployment rates are in the region of 30% currently, I think 34% the last time I checked, the country is still quiet because the National Bureau of Statistics measures formal employment, but Nigerians are natural entrepreneurs. There is hardly any family that doesn't have a small side business. There is hardly any civil servant that doesn't have his farm or doing something and making money in the black and brown market. And this also explains why Nigeria's tax to GDP ratio is the lowest in the world. Comparator countries have tax to GDP ratio of 18 to 21%. Nigeria's tax to GDP ratio is 6% because we only tax effectively the informal sector. The formal sector. The informal sector is totally off the radar. And I think for us as a political party and for African governments, we need to think through how to design policies targeting the growth of the informal sector, because that's really where our resilience is. That's where people are comfortable with, and I don't agree that the solution is necessarily to formalize them. I think the solution is to open up capital, sources of capital for them, business support services, so that they grow, because when they grow to a point that the cost of approvals, dealing with officialdom becomes relatively very low, they will formalize themselves. There is no need to pursue a policy of formalization of the informal sector. I think we should pursue a policy of making the informal sector grow, recognizing that we may not be able to tax them, but providing they provide the informal jobs that keep society safe and quiet, I think we should be okay with that. And that's what we have embedded in our party manifesto, which I hope our president will be implementing over the next 4 years.
Thank you, Nasir. So, Dr. Ahluwalia, the question as well on unemployment and informal sector in India, and then on COVID-19.
Actually on informal sector, in India, the informal sector is very large, pretty close to the 80% or so in Nigeria. So I'm a bit surprised at the assertion that in South Africa it's very small. And I would like to, maybe I'll look up some facts, but it's very large. Where I think our government somewhat differs with what you're saying is that we seem to be plugging the idea that we must formalize. Formalize doesn't mean that, they all become large, but it does mean through the digital economy, get their transactions recorded and let them also start paying taxes. And the truth is that digitalization will lead to greater formalization of the informal sector. And my guess is that, what that will do, because essentially what digitalization will do is those in the informal sector who digitalize will be able to get credit much easier. So the expansion is going to take place in that part of the informal sector that formalizes. So you might find that people who were owning establishments in the informal sector getting wiped out, but the jobs they were providing would shift to those that are formalizing and then expanding. But I think this does need much more thinking, certainly on my part, exactly how that process will work. On COVID-19 is a very good question, and I don't have an answer. My feeling is that we don't have a really good information on what happened in different countries. All we do know is that it had a massive negative impact. It's still not very clear whether the massive negative impact was because of the lockdowns. There is a point of view which said that, look, the COVID would have led to whatever disease and deaths and so on that happened. But a lot of the negative impact was due to the lockdowns, which virtually all countries introduced, and which some people say really made no difference whatsoever. On the issue of global economic cooperation, I think the globe performed poorly. What the Americans did was quite remarkable in the sense of funding a whole lot of companies to produce new vaccines, and then started approving them double quick. Some would say, in a way, bypassing a lot of the standard requirements of waiting and testing. But making these vaccines available around the world, it wasn't such a good performance. People just grabbed the vaccines they had, and the rest had to make do as best they could. Now, we were lucky in India because we have a a vaccine production capability, one indigenous vaccine that was developed, and one developed in Oxford, the AstraZeneca, which is produced in very large quantities. Some of that was also exported to other countries. So we were fortunate that the production capability existed. I would say in retrospect, perhaps we were slow in giving orders to these guys in anticipation of the need. But that may be a 2 or 3 month delay. Otherwise, the volume of vaccinations that was conducted were pretty impressive. As a good example of that was done by the civil service at the lowest levels in all the states. And I think in India, this is our experience that, the civil service is not bad when it's given a very clear, unambiguous objective and the means to carry it out. Like go and vaccinate everybody. Interestingly enough, the anti-vaxxing sentiment was very low. I mean, once people saw that people were getting infected, they were quite happy to come and get vaccinated. But I do think WHO or whoever it is should do a serious study of what different countries did and what was the relative effectiveness of the strategies they followed.
Thank
I should,
you.
by the way, add,
Yeah.
somebody
Yes.
asked this question about planning.
Yeah.
We were ourselves, we were aware that the old-fashioned kind of planning needed to be reformed. And before I left the government, I had submitted a set of proposals. We don't need to do the kind of planning we used to do. But there's no question that the government needs to plan and coordinate its activities in many areas, much more so in the light of climate change. I mean, that's something that's going to require transformation in virtually every sector. We need to be thinking that this is a transformation to be achieved over the next 2 decades. And even the electricity market, I mean, what kind of a market do you need if you're going to move to intermittent sources of electricity? It's a very sophisticated argument, and that needs to be publicly debated, not just left to the existing distribution systems.
Absolutely. I think that's a very strong point to end on. And just one point on South Africa is that when I was sitting with Professor Haroon Borat at UCT recently talking about the informal economy, and he said a typical middle-income country has a 45-45-10 split, 45 formal employment, 45 informal, 10% unemployment. South Africa has 50 formal, 16 informal, and 34 unemployment. So that's our distortion that we have to deal with. But let's end it there. I'm getting signals from the back that are somewhat threatening for me to end the discussion. Thank you so much, Dr. Ahluwalia, not just for commenting. And thank you, Nasir, as well, for your excellent contributions. And thank you all.
Is this
Yeah, and that includes, I probably will leave like 10, you have to jump, you have to run? Yeah, no, for sure, for sure. Oh, it looks like they're giving us more than an hour. So I guess we'll go ahead and start, if folks can take their seats. Thank you. Good morning, everyone. So this is the panel on funding Africa's future, and I'll just do a quick intro of our panelists before we kick off. Ciku Mugambi is Kenyan but based in Lagos with me. Ciku has just taken the helm of Koyo 360, which is a digital logistics company, and what that means is that they're using technology to do truck brokerage across the spectrum of haulage operations, so everything from trucking to warehousing to cargo tracking. Dalmuzi is based in Johannesburg and runs a credit scoring fintech startup that operates in South Africa. Noto is essentially a credit bureau that's driven by rental data, and it's really expanding access to mortgages and home loans for consumers who would otherwise have not been able to access those sorts of financial products. Hossam is based in Cairo. He's a partner at Apis Partners, which is a global private equity firm headquartered in London, but with offices really across the world, Europe, Asia, Africa. So Apis is focused on financial infrastructure and financial services. They provide growth capital with an impact lens. Yeah. I'm Nieros Soerenson. I'm a partner at Verod. Verod is a Lagos headquartered but Pan-African private equity and venture capital investor. So we focus on the private equity side within West Africa and on the venture capital side on a Pan-African basis. We are multi-sector, and we also provide growth capital to our businesses. On the VC side, we provide obviously more startup type funding. Just to make a note that we will leave some time at the end to take questions from the audience. But without further ado, I'm going to hand over to Hossam to talk to us and just kind of give us an overview of the landscape of funding, and specifically just based, because of who's represented on the panel, we'll focus on private funding of ventures, businesses, companies across the continent.
Sure. Thank you, Nieros. And of course, it's a pleasure to be here and pleasure to be speaking to such a wonderful audience. So if we take a step back and look at the private capital and private funding in Africa, probably there are three main big sources or three main buckets. There is the local capital, which is different from one region or one country versus another. And this constitutes, for example, in South Africa, there are a number of local BEE funds. In a number of kind of large economies in West Africa or French-speaking Francophone Africa or North Africa, there is quite an active insurance and social insurance, local social insurance funds, and they provide some private capital. And in some other high population countries or kind of deep banking countries like Egypt or Nigeria, the local banking sector provide a lot of the private capital. This is absolutely not sufficient to fund the private capital in Africa, neither at the venture stage nor at the growth capital stage. And here comes the second category, which is mainly the DFI or the kind of development agencies, mainly from a number of European countries and multilateral institutions that started investing across the continent, either directly in investments or historically and continuing to back private capital or private investors, such as us and many other investors on the continent, where they invest in the funds to promote and support these private investors in providing private capital for for private companies across the continent. And this constitutes a major source of private capital across the continent, and it's a very important high-impact source of capital. It's, of course, mostly done for a combination of profit and high impact, which we believe go hand in hand and they don't go in opposite directions. The third bucket, which we don't get enough of across the continent, is the pure foreign investment private capital. Maybe in the last kind of few years, there was a number of venture capital investors from, okay, here you go.
We'll wait a couple minutes. It's been happening a lot. Don't worry.
Speaking of which,
It'll just come back on quite shortly. There's a generator that will kick in. Because the room's so silent, I wonder if folks can hear us. Should we carry on?
Yeah, we can carry on.
Okay.
So the real foreign direct investments that are neither local private capital nor fueled by high impact development DFIs or multilateral institutions. There is some, especially directed to the bigger economies such as Egypt and Nigeria, but it is not enough. And definitely we saw an influx of some of the international venture investors over the last few years. But as the global economy is facing some pressure, especially in the venture capital space, we are seeing decline in this interest, which is good because I think some of the valuations were becoming a little bit unreasonable and don't allow private capital from kind of like more experienced African investors to be able to support businesses. But of course, on the other hand, having less foreign capital and less foreign interest or foreign investors' interest in Africa is not good news, and that's the area where definitely there is shortage of private capital.
So thank you for that, Hossam. Now we're going to change tack a little bit, and bear with me. I hope this works. I'm going to ask Ciku and Dalmuzi to sort of give us their 2-minute elevator pitches of their business, and then I'll ask Hossam to respond as an investor, quite seriously, and let us know, taking into account all the various considerations that he normally would in his origination process, which of these two businesses he would invest in. Now, Hossam, I want a bit of controversy, so you do have to pick one.
Sort of a Dragon's Den type of
Exactly. No, but on a serious note, quite beyond any entertainment value from Dragon's Den or Shark's Tank, I think it should be helpful for helping to really, illuminate the sorts of considerations that we as investors are making within our markets, which, there's very challenging operating environments, there's very challenging macro environments for the most part. And then we also have the considerations of our own investors, as Hossam was just describing. They've got their own mandates, they've got their own demands that they make on us. So let's see if this works. I'll give you guys really a strict 2-minute Dragon's Den type pitch. Ciku, do you want to go first?
Sure. I'm the CEO of a company called Kouoh 360. We're a digital logistics marketplace connecting micro fleet owners that constitute about 80% of transporters in sub-Saharan Africa, and use technology to formalize them and put them in a position where they can offer different types of services to enterprises on our platform. So we provide the working capital financing they need to run trips, the products that they need to facilitate these trips, including, fuel, spare parts, tires, and insurance that ensures the cargo that they're transporting is secure. And by, giving them access to these enterprises who they would typically not have access to outside of our platform, we're essentially equipping them with the resources that they need to utilize their assets more and hence earn more income. On the enterprise side, enterprise clients on our platform, we are solving a major problem of theirs, which is truck supply. And it's a significant problem because it ultimately constitutes about 20 to 30% of their cost base. And so being able to make logistics efficient, we're helping them to ultimately reduce their cost of production, which trickles to the ultimate cost of commodities, which we are all we're all exposed to.
30-second warning.
So they get access to reliable truck supply, safety of their cargo, because all of our trips have goods in transit insurance, and they have real-time visibility, so they can basically go to sleep at night knowing at any given point in time where their cargo is. Today we're in 6 countries in Africa. We're doing about 3,000 trips per month. We have about 100 active customers, about 2,000 active transporters, and about 250 people spread out in 6 countries across the continent.
Perfect, Ciku. Thanks for that. We're going to stop you there. Dalmuzi, the floor is yours.
Great. Thank you so much for the opportunity. I hope this comes with a check. So I'm the founder and CEO of Noto, and I usually like to start by sharing where the name of our company comes from. So Noto comes from the Zulu word wealth. And that really speaks to our mission. Our mission is to help people build wealth. And we are positioning ourselves as a company to enable that by, being South Africa's and arguably Africa's first licensed and regulated alternative credit bureau. Doubling down on the word alternative, what we mean by that is we build credit scores on the back of regular bill payment data and on the back of regular expenditure. And that solves a structural gap that currently exists in credit markets. There's talk of the size of the informal economy in Nigeria and other parts of Africa. The structural gap that exists today is, on one hand, you have consumers who generate income in the informal sector, but they don't have bank statements to show for it, they don't have pay slips to show for it, they don't have employment contracts, and they don't have traditional scores. So you will have an electrician, plumber, mechanic, hairdresser walk into a bank looking for capital, and they will be declined. Not because they're not credit worthy, and not because they can't afford, but because the bank really can't really understand them from an underwriting perspective. So what we are building through our alternative credit bureau is essentially looking at expense data, leveraging some of the advances in payments technology, open banking, to build a profile that says, this person earns a regular income, and of the regular income that they earn, they are diligent in meeting their obligations. So the assumption, which we're testing over time, is if they are meeting their bill obligations, they will be able to meet their credit obligations.
10 seconds.
Started off in South Africa, partnered with a few banks here, and we've started off with credit scoring for home loans because really at the end of the day, we really want to enable credit that enables people to purchase assets and build wealth.
Perfect. Over to you, Hossam. You need to make a choice.
Well, sure. So first of all, just a step back of what we do is we are providers of growth capital. So we usually come at a later stage to companies going through growth stage, and provide the capital to help them grow. We focus on one sector, which is the broader sector of financial services. That includes the main verticals we know, such as payments, credit, insurance, but also the broader evolution of the sector, which includes data-driven businesses or embedded finance. So this is core to what we do and what we believe we understand. And basically, we support entrepreneurs during a growth journey to take the business to the next level, and then we exit. So that's just what we do. So I hope this kind of give us some credentials to share some views. But a couple of observations. The first one is, it is unfair to analyze a business based on a very short pitch. Like, there is a lot of details, and the level of analysis required is quite deep. So of course, this is just to demonstrate the scale of the opportunity in Africa and the scale of the challenge of raising private capital at the same time. Not a real real judgment or assessment of any business. And the second observation, we carry huge respect to all entrepreneurs and venture and business founders. It's a very difficult task. It's lonely out there and lots of challenges. And basically the future of most economies, in particular the future of Africa, is pivoting around the success of of brave entrepreneurs who actually go out of their comfort zone and try to build businesses. So for that, we kind of like it's a huge respect. In terms of the two opportunities, I think maybe I'll share why each of them is very exciting and the challenge. So of course, Ciku shared, it's a very clear example of embedded finance. What is embedded finance? Which is basically offering a product that will basically create an ecosystem around a customer and start monetizing through a number of other products and specifically financial services products. So through the mobility services, basically there is a hook and then there's an ecosystem and platform built around the customer. And then you can monetize by offering a number of products because this is allowed with the digital infrastructure. And for example, offering credit where basically 5 years ago, this would not be possible for such a consumer to be offered such a credit. It's too expensive for a bank to serve such a customer, and the level of data you're carrying will allow you to judge. So this is a clear example of embedded finance, if I understood the business in this very brief pitch. The challenge is this require kind of a heavy balance sheet. This require a lot of funding. This require a lot of integrations. So there is a lot of work, effort, infrastructure to be built, and more importantly, there is a need for a balance sheet to back this lending business. It's like trying to build a bank. And any investor looking at such an opportunity will definitely look at this area and say, actually, do you have enough balance sheet to be able to offer such a credit, or do you need someone to offer the balance sheet? How would the economics work? These are the type of challenges that any investor would look at. The Dalmuzi business is more transactional, doesn't have a balance sheet challenge, and it's an example of how the use of technology and data is allowing technology-driven businesses to offer a service that was not available before. Credit bureaus were focused on, for many generations, on banked consumers because the data is available with the bank. But the current level of data available and digital infrastructure allows businesses to go deeper into a consumer base that were not approachable by banks in the past. So it's a very, very interesting data-driven business, very transactional, light balance sheet. These are a lot of things that investors will love. But the strategic mode is quite narrow because basically you're offering a service, whether you're selling it to a bank that, or it's a B2B, that will go after profit. And if someone come and offer slightly better or the same service with just 1% cheaper, you'll be dislodged. So the strategic mode will be weaker, but it's nice because it's a transactional business. So these are the type of challenges that the investors or the foreign investors or the capital required to grow companies in Africa will be thinking about. And then come the big question of how to actually exit the business. And that's the big challenge that all African businesses face, because as we discussed earlier, the level of capital available in Africa is not enough. So businesses need to be really kind of demonstrating success and growth and growing faster than currency devaluation and growing despite macroeconomic and geopolitical challenges, especially as perceived by foreign investors, to be able to deliver an exit. And that's an overriding challenge that any provider or any business builder in Africa will face as they try to
and public listing and IPO is very rarely an option.
It's a very narrow market, like the capital markets, even the biggest markets in Africa, where I'm based, in Nigeria and Egypt, the capital markets are not very big. We have not seen a lot of like African billion-dollar stories that manage to maintain the billion-dollar value.
Very few.
Most of them would decline in value, even if it's a very good business. And unfortunately, despite being collectively as a region, we're as big as India in terms of population, there are a lot less examples of $1 billion businesses coming out of this stage all the way to a capital market stage in Africa versus India.
So Hossam, hasn't escaped our notice that you're being a nice guy and you haven't actually picked a business?
Oh, do I have to pick?
You got to pick a business.
Yeah, well, okay. It's, well, as I said in the beginning, it's very difficult. I inherently like transactional flow. So I really like the idea of having a differentiated credit bureau. So if I'm really forced to pick, probably
I'll
take the Moses,
I'll help you out on this one. As you only invest in financial services, you probably would be going with not.
Of course, yes.
So let's keep it. Exactly.
Well, and embedded finance is really, it is the future of
Yeah,
financial services
absolutely.
because that's how the
Absolutely.
sector will evolve. So, yeah.
so
I hope that one day we can provide growth capital in the future
to the likes of Kouoh. I'd love to now invite, so thank you for humouring us, to the two entrepreneurs. Love to invite you one after the other to talk about from your perspective. I mean, we've heard quite extensively now from the investor perspective, but from the entrepreneur's perspective, what makes sense for you? You know, what sort of funding do you need? How does that change over time? And yeah, and probably most importantly, what doesn't work? So, Ciku, we'll start with you.
Yeah, so I'll give a bit more context on the history of Kouoh before I answer that question. So we were established in 2017. Our last significant funding round was our Series B funding round. And also I was actually on the investor side before I transitioned to joining the company and working full time. And you know, in each of those series of funding, each of those rounds and the investors that came in those rounds were very relevant to where we were as a business at that point in time. We were lucky to have brought on board fairly established institutional investors very early on, including a DFI, large investment bank, and a few established Africa-focused VC funds.
Verod invested?
Including Verod Capital. Yeah. And I think that each of those investors have added value in different ways along the way. But just given where we are now, logistics is a very tough business. Mm-hmm. We also suffered from the exit of a lot of the foreign VCs that were doubling down in Africa over the last 18 to 24 months. Mm-hmm. And we went through a very, very difficult period last year when we had to confront the reality of a shortage of funding and ask ourselves, how can we make this business be able to stand on its own 2 feet? As a startup, you are exploring either a new business model, you're tapping into a new market, you're launching a new product, and in the early stages of your business, you're burning cash, right? So the investors that come on board support you along those journeys as you kind of, start to crawl before you can walk and run, and ultimately you can be able to stand on your own. Now you can imagine what that means over the last 12 to 24 months when that capital was not readily available. So we had to think about how can we go from 0 to 360 in a month, right? And so I think the investors that we had at that point in time, for us were very, very, very useful in being able to cross over that side. And those were, a lot of them were the Africa-based, Africa-focused and predominantly African fund managers who understood the market environment, right? So they are living in the same market where you're trying to do business in. So when I come to them and I tell them that, there's an opportunity here, but this is the challenge that I'm going through in tapping into that opportunity, they understand what you mean, they understand what you're saying, and many of them are prepared to actually roll up their sleeves and help you to crack that problem, which is not the same case with a lot of the foreign global VC brands that were pouring money into the space. Many of them maybe come to Africa once a year at best, flying and flying out. So for me, I would say fund managers and investors who are very plugged into the local market and understand the dynamics of that market, and hopefully are deep-pocketed as well, right? Because that's the limitation with a lot of these Africa-focused funds. Their funds are a lot smaller, and hence they're limited in terms of the financial support that they can give you. But for us, at a time when we were capital constrained, we didn't necessarily require a big amount of funding. What we required was people who still believed in the opportunity, understood the opportunity, and believed in the management team that was trying to tap into that opportunity. And that is what has helped us to be able to get to where we are today.
Very, very strong point there, Ciku, about the difference, the nuance between having a local investor who, again, has a deep appreciation for your context, your business context, and is able, therefore, to oftentimes to go the longer haul with you. Dalmuzi, let's hear from you. What's your perspective on the optimal type of funding for an entrepreneur like you?
No, thank you. First of all, I'll be sending our wire details. In terms of, first we're younger than Kouoh, so it started off in 2020, only got licensed a year ago. And there's sort of like three themes from this conference that kind of like, map onto my response. I think the first was, we've been talking a lot about, the best and the brightest going into, government, policy work, etc. And I think, early on in the journey as an entrepreneur, you kind of need the support, the people who are willing to take a risk and on you. And, the old adage, do you bet on the jockey or do you bet on the horse? And early on, really, you're looking for people who are going to bet on the jockey. And a lot of people, in order to bet on the jockey, the investor needs to know who the jockey is, like, are you actually the best and brightest? What's your level of resilience? Are you able to pivot when you need to pivot, etc.? And you'll find the people who understand that are your friends and family. So we found that, we first had to raise a reasonable amount from friends and family before we had the markers that we knew what we're doing and we were really on a path to de-risk the business. I think for people in the room, you can think of, whenever jockeys sort of like come up to you, it'd always be interesting to sort of like recognize that without that initial bet, we couldn't get to the point where you've got like a Kouoh 360 that's raised money from Verod. And so I think that's sort of like the first thing that we've just had to have realized and confronted, and I think is important to consider. The second is sort of like this theme around politics trumps everything, which Ciku has spoken to, and it's so incredibly valuable to have investors who understand the complexity of Africa and our individual countries, and can help entrepreneurs and businesses navigate that complexity. I can't think of many, large successful companies that were able to grow without some level of, not to say support, but yeah, let me use the word support. Without some level of support, really, whether it's from regulators, policymakers, government. If you think about the telco space, it's either, regulators had to really think through what that looked like. If you think about M-Pesa, just as one example, M-Pesa couldn't have become what it was without the Central Bank of Kenya really being innovative. And so having investors who recognize that it's important to figure out how to navigate around a central bank and its regulations is important. But similarly, once you pass that hurdle, like, you need to manage that well so that you can avoid $5 billion tax bills from, as happened with MTN in Nigeria. So, politics trumps everything. It's really important to have those kinds of investors who help navigate all of that complexity. And then the third, I think, later on, I suppose this is sort of like a little bit of a meta point. Michael talked about, confidence is the cheapest form of stimulus. And if you think about innovation and growth, what really, I believe, will stimulate a lot of innovation and growth really will come from technology companies. But if you think of, how local capital is currently deployed, in many cases, venture capital is not yet an asset class that has sort of like gained momentum within, whether it's local pension funds, insurance companies, even banks. And I think it's, incumbent on us as early stage companies that are already in the mix to help build the confidence for more and more local capital to be allocated to venture capital. And so, in summary, we couldn't be where we are without friends and family. We found it super important to be with investors who really understand the complexity of Africa and can enable us to navigate it. But over time, we really need to build confidence in this particular asset class because that's what's going to stimulate innovation and growth.
Yeah, great points there, Dalmuzi. The friends, family, and fools category is what has started many an entrepreneur along their way. But an even more salient point, I think, and we're all familiar with this, you need investors that help you create value, specifically in terms of, as you say, unwinding some of those complex regulatory hurdles, access to networks, access to new markets, etc. So really sort of more catalytic investment than just writing a check. I'm going to move us on now to a slightly different tack. So in the context of our conversation around funding Africa's future, what does that mean, innovation and growth? I'm going to ask each of our panelists to give us their moonshot idea of, in the not impossible, but certainly highly hypothetical scenario where they had, lots and lots of billions of dollars to invest with absolutely no constraints. What would you invest in to help secure Africa's future? And in the context, as you respond to that, really think about, do we fund innovation and the future, or do we focus on fulfilling the basic needs that haven't been met yet? If you think about the tension between those two things, what's your moonshot idea? I'll start with Hossam.
Sure. So first, I'll address the second question first. So I think exactly like what I was saying earlier about impact and profit, I don't think they're uncorrelated and they go hand in hand. I think investing in innovation and investing in the priorities also should go hand in hand. We should not be making a choice. We should be doing both, and they go hand in hand. They're not at odds. And if basically one idea, I think it is the African digital infrastructure. So if we look at India, which, as I was mentioning, is more or less the same population as all of Africa combined, it's one digital infrastructure. Basically, the ID systems, the Aadhaar, which is the Indian ID, would have biometrics, and it would be linked to more or less a lot of data, government data and non-government data. And it has APIs that can allow businesses to just integrate. So it's very easy to onboard customers, do the KYC, the know your customer checks. If you're lending, you can get, for example, confirmation of ownership of their property. You can get deeds. You can get access to credit bureaus, and it's all one integrated infrastructure that took a lot of investment from the Indian government on some very difficult decisions. And one big idea is to try to do this across Africa, first basically nationally in the bigger economies, and then integrate it. And this would take away a lot of the risks that we've been discussing. So for example, Ciku's business, you can very easily integrate across many countries. You can get the funding you need without having to build your balance sheet because the data can be available, and you can link to balance sheet providers such as banks to fund the financial services products that you're going to embed in your platform. Today, this is very difficult to execute. Logistics and mobility is an execution business, and having these challenges make it even more difficult. So it will allow a lot of businesses to actually flourish and focus on value creation, not just building the plumbing and the execution.
Fantastic. Ciku, I'm going to go to you. What's your moonshot idea in a minute?
So also just to answer your question around, impact versus do we invest in basics or innovation? So for me, I feel like it's important to do both at the same time, because technology and the data that technology makes easy to access can actually help us to leapfrog a lot of our developmental challenges. So it's an important balance between the problems that are facing Africans today, whether it's hunger, or, access to nutrition, water, clean water, and the likes. But we can also think about the solutions that can be solving those problems and helping us to develop. And that being said, for me, I feel like what I would want a lot more attention and investments on would be in the space of education or human capital development. particularly focused on Africa's youth, which constitutes, I think, about 65% of our population today. So, what can we put money into that can get the highest number of these African youth into, give access to the highest number of these African youth with the best quality of education or skills training that can put them in the best position to be able to earn an income for themselves as quickly as possible. And I think technology is probably the best catalyst for that. This doesn't necessarily have to be traditional academic training. It could also be vocational training, digital skills training, and different forms of capacity building. Not also necessarily for Africans who are in Africa, but also Africans who are looking to export their skills outside of Africa and earn an income that they can then repatriate back to the continent.
Thank you, Ciku. Solid idea. Dalmuzi, how would you spend your many billions of dollars?
I think, I think I think about that is like, what are we solving for? And I think, in my lifetime, in our lifetimes, I hope Africa will be a wealthier continent, that more people will own more assets, they'll have higher net worths, and they'll just have more money in their pockets. And anything really that I would want to focus on would be to solve for that. I think there's just so much potential that's trapped, and actually I would, focus on building that digital infrastructure, that credit infrastructure, so that, if somebody, I'll actually take a step back and give the example of the US. I sometimes say, in the US, your credit score is more important than your bank account balance. You might have $0 in your bank account, but you've got a score of like 780.
You have access to capital.
By the end of the day, you will have $10,000 in your bank account. And how do we start to build that infrastructure so that, if you're a small business or you're a consumer, etc., if you demonstrate certain things about yourself, you open yourself up to so much more opportunity. And I think really it's a whole gamut of infrastructure that needs to be built. And I really would invest in building that so that, a couple years from now, we unlock so much more possibilities for people.
Dalmuzi, thank you. No, it's a solid point. There was a report, it reminds me of a report that came out at the end of last year by the IFC that pointed out that upwards of 30% of applications for financial products, so loans, etc., to commercial banks from SMEs, even SMEs who are exporters, so earning dollars, hard currency, over 30% of them are rejected. And that's outrageous. And if you have SMEs unable to access capital, then what about entrepreneurs, individuals, etc.? And clearly, this is hindering development. So thank you all for thoughtful answers. I'll end our discussion with an anecdote that I think kind of underscores the importance of the discussion that we're having. So at Verod, several years ago, we made an investment in northern Nigeria in a backwards integrated fresh fruit juice and yogurt producer. So backward integrated means that they didn't just manufacture, but they actually, so for example, they own the fruit orchards and the dairy operations that provided the raw materials. We grew this business over time to become a very nationally recognized brand, very successful in that way. But that's actually not what I'm most proud of. What I'm most proud of is, I'll illustrate it with this story. So we've talked, Malam El-Rufai is here, Kadria led one of the sessions a couple of days ago. So the topic of northern Nigeria has come up quite a few times. And anyone who's even vaguely familiar with that part of Nigeria will know that it scores just really abysmally on very basic development indicators. So things like literacy, infant malnutrition, we've talked about that throughout this festival, infant mortality, unemployment rates, etc., just really quite poorly. And it also has till today, very traditional structures around property ownership. So men tend to own the property and women work the property. So, for example, men are they're farmers, but the women actually work the farms, women and children, back-breaking work from sun up to sundown, they work these farms, or men will own cows, and again, women and children tend to care for them. But critically, women are allowed to do whatever they like with the milk from those cows. So in this case, if Vera had made this investment and the word got out, and one day our yogurt plant manager is sitting in his office and hears this huge commotion outside, goes to see what's going on, and there's a group of local men who are out there, they've gathered, and they want to speak to him, they want to speak to the manager. And basically they make the demand that the factory must start buying their milk from their wives, from the men's wives. And typically what the woman would have done with the milk from these cows, they would have used the milk to feed their families, or they would have made subsistence, maybe done a bit of subsistence retail. They would have made fura de nono, which is like a millet fermented milk, Nigerians may be familiar with, or wara, which is a local cheese delicacy, and sell it within the local community. But these men came and said, you need to buy the milk from our wives, which actually was perfect. We were delighted. We'd actually been having quite a hard time engaging with all these small stakeholder farmers and sourcing the milk locally. So we're very happy to do it, and we started to buy the milk from these women. So fast forward, probably 9-10 months later, certainly under a year later. And if you can believe it, the same scene. So the foreman is sat in his office, and again, huge commotion outside one day. He goes out, and this time it's an even larger group of men out there. Absolute ruckus. And what are they complaining about this time? Well, they're annoyed that their wives have done so well and made so much money from selling us milk. They bought their own cows, which is fantastic. And anyone who is, even remotely, familiar with development economics and how it works knows that having financially empowered and economically empowered women in these rural communities is absolutely game-changing for the outcomes for their families, their children, etc. So that's what I'm most proud of with that one investment. And it just, I share this story just to underscore the importance of what we're talking about. And to the question of, do we fund innovation versus the very many basic needs that there are, we've got to do both. We've got to figure out a way to do both. And there are stakeholders who can do both, and there are some stakeholders who are going to specialize in one end or the other of the spectrum. But yeah, we really, as a continent, neither of those two things can be ignored. So we've got a few minutes, and I think we can now take questions from the audience. Probably have time for a couple. So there's one here from David, and then one over there. If I'm going to do a distribution, we'll take one in the middle. So let's quickly get some mics over. We've only got a couple of minutes. Yeah.
Okay, I had a couple of questions, but they are, in a sense, quite simple. One is, you were talking about DPI, the India stack, digital infrastructure. People like Gates are very, very keen on this. My question for you is, do you envisage this as a public good, i.e. something that governments ought to really be providing, or could it be also something that the private sector provides, in which case, how do you monetize that? Because, they are the rails. My second question is, and again, I think it's quite easy to answer, are the Dangotes of this world, the Mohammed Jujis of this world, the Mohammed Dows of this world, why don't they put just a fraction of their profits into kind of the VC world? You'd have thought that they would just gamble on a few companies. They could be investing in you, and then you could be trucking their stuff around. I don't quite understand where the logjam is. Or maybe there isn't. Maybe I'm misinformed.
Should we quickly take a couple more? I see. Is that Fang?
Yeah, it's me.
Yeah.
Hi, I'm Fang. I'm from Singapore. Thanks for that. So, if it was not your moonshot, if this is not developmental finance, because the thing is, one subsection of funding that the VCs are always looking for are family offices, high net worth individuals, the strategy offices of corporations elsewhere, right? Which sectors would you invest in? Which segments, which geographical location? What makes money, and what sort of IRR are you looking at?
And we had one more. Can we quickly take one more, so we'll just tackle them all together, because I think we'll run out of time otherwise. Can we get a mic, or do you want to speak up if you don't get a mic?
Thank you. Mine's more a comment than a question, and I'd like to hear the thoughts of the speakers. So I agree 100% about, in terms of youth and having some sort of a technological solution to make sure that they become economically viable. But I'd just like to take us back maybe to the conversation from from the beginning of the conference, where we were focusing on ECD. And I'm just reminding all of us that I'm in CSI, so CSR for a large South African corporate that's in 33 other countries on the continent. And so we do early childhood development. We also do financial education and also enterprise supply development. But I always say to my chairman, who's our CEO, and to other trustees that actually, if we focused on ECD, and we did ECD well, and we expanded and did ECD well at scale, so the numeracy, the literacy, the languages, actually you eliminate the need for the enterprise supply development and for the financial education later, because you've already instilled those at a young age in children.
So I'm just going to say, sorry, I don't know what ECD is, but what's the question bit?
So I said early childhood development.
Right, okay.
Yes,
What's
yes.
the question?
So the question is, how much awareness do you think that there is? Or while we're focusing on the different solutions, right, for the continent, and we know that our population is really our biggest asset as Africa, is there enough awareness in terms of early childhood development and the role for it as a solution? It's not a quick one, but is there enough of an awareness, do you think?
I'd love to have a conversation with you afterwards. We have run out of time, but I actually would love to engage on that, and maybe we won't get to do that until afterwards. But
so just addressing the two questions of actually who's. So if we go back into the beginning of this conversation and we discuss what are the sources of private capital, actually angels and successful entrepreneurs and families that made money in the continent and investing back in the continent is a very big source that funds venture businesses directly and invest in many of the venture funds and the private equity funds. So this exists. Does it exist to the full scale? Probably, like most private capital in Africa, it is not to the full scale because there are challenges, and for the last 20 years a lot of investors were waiting for delivery. And unfortunately, we as a continent, we have delivered less than other regions, despite the huge opportunity. So we're hoping that this continues, and it does continue, and we see a lot of Africa, Africa origin or even non-Africa origin wealthy individuals and institutions that back venture businesses and get them ready for the next stage, or invest directly in the venture funds.
And very specifically on the Dangote example, I can say with authority that he has actually very quietly made several investments, sort of angel VC type investments in particularly in people who have worked for him at very senior levels, who have been on his management team and then have gone off to do their own thing. He seeded a lot of those businesses.
And in terms of kind of the question of if there is a kind of investment in the digital infrastructure in Africa, it's like any infrastructure. It can be government, it can be private, but it has to be supported by government. It is digital rail. It's like building railway, or it's like building connecting power grids. It can be done with private capital. It can be done by public capital. Of course, there will be a question of how to monetize it. But there are ways to monetize, but it has to be supported by governments, and it has to be either done by government or supported by government. And finally, just the question of the sectors. We invest in financial services in its broader definition. So obviously that's the sector we kind of like specialists in, and we see a huge opportunity across the continent. I'm sure other sectors such as healthcare, kind of non-digital infrastructure, real infrastructure and power would offer also great opportunities, but the sector that we know, understand, and we invest in, which is the broader financial services and financial infrastructure sector, of course, we believe offer a huge opportunity across the region for many reasons that we can discuss, of course, later.
Thanks so much, Hossam.
Sorry, I can just also add one point around the question on HNIs and whether they should be doing more. I think, it's good that Dangote is putting money in actual capital in new opportunities. But another refreshing way that these HNIs have played a specific role in our company is, so we just onboarded a new chairman who's the founder of one of the biggest banks in Africa, so he's now the chair of our board. And I must say it's been very refreshing to have someone like him think through solutions to some of the problems that we have had and lend his name in some of the conversations that we are having with different institutions and fast-tracking that. And for like Dangote specifically, opening up their companies to technology startups like us to test our product with them as customers has also been a very useful way that they can engage with startups, because you need to prove out that model with established enterprises, and then that helps you get the traction that you need to unlock capital. And Dangote today is actually one of our biggest customers because of the opportunity that they gave us to do that.
Thank you so much, Ciku, and I want to say thanks to every single one of the panelists, and thanks to the audience for engaging with us. Thank you. How did we do? We made it on time.
Welcome back. Welcome back. Please be seated. So I see Neo Mhlanga is in the house. How about that for last night? Well done. It gives me particular happiness to introduce our next speaker. Kouoh is the executive director and chief curator of possibly Africa's most important museum for modern African art, the Smoker on the Cape Town waterfront. I'm guessing that most people in this room have probably gone there for an exhibition or the other. The building itself is a work of art, an old abandoned silo that was repurposed as a museum, quite an extraordinary sight to behold. But buildings by themselves are no use to anyone without the imprint of people, and since 2019, mere months before COVID hit, the museum had the good sense to hire Kouoh as the executive director and as the chief curator to come and help build a modern institution on the southern tip of the continent, whose aim is to encompass the art of the African world. So it's a real pleasure to have Koyo here. Our journey started in Douala, Cameroon. I think she speaks like 9 languages. It's totally crazy. Left with her family at age 13 to move to Zurich, where she was educated. And we came very close to losing her to banking. It was a close-run thing. But after she saw the light, quite early on, we were able to avert this disaster. The world has enough lawyers and bankers. And so Koyo began to build her career in the art world, focused specifically on the African world. And this journey took her to Dakar, where she explored establishing an artist residency and eventually also formed Raw Material, which did major work in Dakar and from which she was recruited to the Smoker. And one of the things that has happened with the quickening of the heartbeat of the museum was a really powerful exhibition that took place, in fact, only just came down, the subject of our conversation today, When We See Us, modern African art talking to one another across all geographies, from Brazil to the United States to Haiti to different parts of Africa and other parts of the world, over a century, everybody from Jacob Lawrence to Gerard Sekoto and the young and upcoming ones, as a counterpoint to what Koyo describes as the market frenzy of the past 10 years for African art. And we will get to all of those during the course of our conversation. But the first thing is that Koyo will come and talk to us, show us a little film about this large exhibition that is going to be traveling now, as I understand. And I think I've just said about enough. Other than that, she's won all kinds of prizes and has been named for the past decade every year as one of the world's 100 most influential figures in the art world by industry magazines. So, Kouoh.
Thank you. Bonjour, good morning, good afternoon. Thank you so much, Dele. I'm usually very nervous when I have to present, but I feel very comfortable here basis on your invitation. It's really a great pleasure to be here this morning, particularly to speak in front of such an illustrious group and audience, to present a project that is dear to me, and this is the reason why I'm here. And so thank you, Dele, really very much for the invitation. And I was hoping that Wole would be in the room. He promised me yesterday that he'll come listen to me. And just because I used to be his assistant in my past life, somewhere in Dakar. So I had many jobs, and I was one of them was being a fixer for Wole in Senegal. I also would like to acknowledge a few other people in the room. Of course, Rokia Traoré, my dear sister in combat. I'm not seeing her, but I know she's in the gathering over this week. My dear friend and colleague Neo Mhlanga, whom you will see, of course, in the course of the presentation, and another person that have learned or have grown to appreciate, to love, and rely on her support very, very dearly is Anne Lamont. Anne is somewhere here. And last, and certainly not least, it's the first time I'm speaking in front of my boss. With my boss in the audience, David Green, who is the man behind the entire initiative of Zeitsmoka. I'll start with two proverbs. There is a first one. They who cannot dance say that the yard is thorny. It's a Maasai proverb. The second one is, when spider webs unite, they can tie up a lion. Another African proverb. I'll start with these proverbs to get to the wisdom of African cultures, the richness of African cultures, and the depth in ways in which African philosophies, African cosmogonies have contributed to our understanding of the world. The mission of Zeitsmoka, thank you. The mission of Zeitsmoka of Contemporary Art Africa is to exhibit, collect, and study contemporary art made by artists from the African descent and those of African nationalities. Our work is to showcase the richness, the wealth, and diversity of African experiences as they are narrated through the unlimited aesthetic vocabularies provided by artists. Our mission is further encompasses the exploration of the plurality of the connections within Black geographies to broader avenues of contemporary art practices, as well as the underlying racial challenges that the continent presents regarding the limits of Blackness within its territory. This position includes highlighting the myriad forms and aesthetics produced by artists from Africa and its diaspora, which in turn reveal the knowledge systems that analyze and project the human experience from transgeographic territories of Africanity. So you'll be seeing, what you're seeing is a very condensed kind of compilation of our past exhibition over the past 4 years that I've been having the privilege to be the director of the museum. Art is a highly sensitive seismograph from which the quakes of time can be read and interpreted. One of the most enduring features of the human condition is the inexhaustible desire to see oneself through visual culture and storytelling. Whether living on the continent or within the African diaspora, Black artists have invested in a spectrum of narrative that encompass the experience of blackness, intentionally rejecting limiting tropes of representation. The exhibition and publication, When We See Us, A Century of Black Figuration in Painting, you see the publication right here under my lectern, has been conceived to acknowledge these sensibilities. The title is inspired by and derived from When They See Us, a 2019 drama series by African-American director Ava DuVernay, which depicts various forms of violence against black bodies as still witnessed today around the world. Flipping they to we allows us for a dialectical shift that centers the conversation in a comparative perspective of self-writing, as theorized by Cameroonian political scientist Achim Bembe, who invites us to think independently and beyond the political and temporal dead end into which the historical constellation of the Holy Trinity of enslavement, colonization, and apartheid has locked our imaginaries. When We See Us is the largest exhibition and publication project of this scope to be held on the continent. It features over 150 artists with over 200 works of art sourced from over 70 lenders from over 25 countries, including private collectors, museums, and commercial galleries. Spanning several generations from the early 20th century to the present, the project expands on the continuum, essence, and contemporary saliency of Black joy, and its symbiosis with the legacy of socio-political traditions such as Black consciousness, Black art movement, negritude, and more recently, Afropolitanism. The ambition of the project is, however, not to be exhaustive, because nobody could encompass the rich production of contemporary art in one single exhibition, be it even as huge and large as When We See Us. So our project was not to be exhaustive of the wealth of artistic production in this field over the past century, but rather to invoke the simultaneity of practice and parallelism of forms that run through time and through generations of artists. We were keen to see how works by Congolese artists like Sherry Samba and African-American artists like Barclay Hendricks speak to each other and what they have to share. We wanted to feel what kind of energy the art of African-American Jacob Lawrence and South African Gerard Sekoto exude when installed next to each other. We were curious to explore the possibilities of dialogue between artists who have up to this point never shown together, but whose work consistently represent the Black quotidian in such diverse settings as the domestic, the public, the urban, the rural. Figurative painting by Black artists has risen to a new prominence in the contemporary art field over the past decade. I'm sure many of you who are interested in art have noticed this tremor and this really, it's kind of a quake actually. More specifically, since the beginning of COVID-19, we have been researching global Black subjectivity through figurative painting, attentive to the traction that the form has been gaining in the field. We were curious about conversation that this renewed attention enables, and more poignantly, we were keen to track the origin, or at least the sources of inspiration of such a significant return, like return, re in the brackets, to figuration in the beginning of the 21st century. A momentum towards a dialectical shift that can be said to be taking place in art history that intends to foreground the conditions of Black life. This is noticeable in the prolific inclusion of Black cultural and artistic practices and production in global art exhibition circuits and institutional presentations. How, then, does the title of this exhibition and publication begin to cue a generative interrogation of this shift in self-perception and self-writing? When We See Us contributes to the critical discourse around representation and demonstrates how Black subjectivity, I would add global Black subjectivity, can manifest through play, idleness, leisure, indulgence, opulence, spirituality, belonging, triumph, and sensuality. We invite you to reflect on the role that Black agency and its imaginaries play in countering canonical erasures of art historical investigation. Alongside the exhibition and publication project, we were holding a very long series of webinars. Actually, the exhibition, When We See Us, opened at the museum in November 2022, and as Dele mentioned, unfortunately closed just like a couple of days before this incredible gathering started on September 3rd. The publication benefits from specially commissioned texts by 4 insightful writers who each in their own craft have produced outstanding narrative of Black experience and self-representation in ways that further deepen the debate on Blackness. In her short story, But You Amaze Me, Ethiopian-American novelist Maza Mengiste takes on an exploration of female identity, merging Greek myth and 1920s Berlin, seer and seen in scenes of colorful self-determination. Senegalese novelist Ken Bougoul tells the story of ancient spirits, of an erasure of individual and social identity through colonization, and the possible path of redemption via conscious embrace of an infinite multitude of identities. Congolese artist and writer Bilko Elani contributes 2 deeply engaging stories, an ecstatic fable and tale of a catastrophic loss of self as a young girl, navigates an upbringing between Africa and Europe that breaks her wild spirit, personal and political, angry and tender. The poems of African-American writer and artist Robin Coates Lewis articulate the constant interrogation of the self and its relation to history, great events and small, the universal and the particular. Considering the revived call for justice for Black lives sparked by the murder of George Floyd at the hands of American police in 2020, the timing of this project could not be better. When We See Us denotes a reflexive imperative not only on the part of the makers of the works of art that reflect the plurality of Black life, but also on the part of those whose experiences are figured as part of the kaleidoscopic artistic representation of Black enunciation, agency, and self-determination. The us encompasses both the historical self as well as the present self in conversation with imagined collective futures. I'll now show you a brief film, like 20 minutes, which will, don't fall asleep, it's very interesting, which will show you the process of When We See Us. Thank you.
The idea to make this show came about out of a sort of a frustration. Like many of my endeavors, they are born out of some kind of frustration of not seeing what I want to see. I've been a very close observer of everything that has been coming about, and be it you know, the output of artists, but also what the market has done, what institutions have done, what independent spaces have done in this field, and how that has been picked up mainly by the market, fueled by a certain sense of reawakening around, you know, the importance of blackness in societies. I believe that there is a larger scope to figuration. There is a broader temporality to figuration. That's how I started, and that's how I got the team going.
When We See Us, A Century of Black Figuration in Painting is a show that is all about celebrating. It's a show that is underpinned by a theme of black joy, and it's about black people seeing themselves, expressing themselves, and asserting themselves in their own terms. It's a show that has over 200 artworks from 74 lenders, coming from over 25 countries and 155 artists. It's a massive show. And what we wanted to do with this exhibition was to show that there's been a very important historical continuum of black portraiture or black figuration.
I believe it's the first that is really taking the scope of black figuration to a very serious level, but to bring it to a broader sense of really looking at the contentions and the beauty of black experience and black life from a figuration perspective. I think it's the only one so far.
When We See Us is part of an important historical continuum. What we're trying to do through this exhibition is to tell people or remind people about the important artistic genealogies, schools, collectives, organizations that have fed into the art that we see today.
But it really epitomizes the vision, the original vision. And that is African art telling African stories, inspiring. I love this idea, the expression that Gandhi has, that the culture of a country is in the soul and the hearts of its people. Now, this exhibition, 170 African artists painting themselves in different environments. What better window into the culture and the society? What an exciting opportunity for somebody visiting this country to get this insight.
Defined a lot of things that I'm doing in life. I've gotten to love the continent and never felt that it was represented properly in the rest of the world. I would say this is sort of my dream show, and I had nothing to do with it, which was fantastic, but it's sort of my dream show simply because it is so broad and it spans 100 years of art history, but it's portrayed in an innovative and new way, curated in such a fresh way, where you have, works that are 90, 80, 100 years old together with works from the 21st century, and just that juxtaposition in a way makes old and new, young and older artworks come to life in a very different way, in a contextual way, and we are not walking through art history. We're looking at themes that the shows have been curated around, which I think is very, very exciting. So what got me kind of into this idea of building a collection is this show. It represents all of it, so I'm very grateful for that.
The other layer that I think is very important for me is the transtemporality. First of all, figuration is a very old canon of artistic practice and of art history. I mean, I don't have to educate anyone about that. Figuration is at the beginning and at the end of all pictorial kind of practices.
Just to say that, so all these books, and there's some still being ordered that need to be bought, plus 3 TV screens have now been added to the timeline.
I have a feeling that with the timeline you have a broad framework, right? And then on site we got a formal invitation to participate in the design work for this exhibition from Koyo and Storm and the rest of the team. And I mean, it was a no-brainer, you know, because number one, the curatorial project is so important, you know, this idea of placing ourselves as Black people within the kind of big diaspora of Black creative art. That's my politics as well, that's my shared vision. So the curatorial project was very attractive and it was a no-brainer, but also the team, you know, the team at Zeitsmokke, phenomenal, creative, friendly, and, you know, just joyful team to work with.
The exhibition was sort of foregrounded by the webinar series, so we actually started imagining that look and feel where there was a need to have it appear as absolutely bold and present, not particularly loud, but bold. So we created something that would sort of speak to the very verbal and discourse-oriented.
We were given this space of the museum and the gallery, which have, you know, right angles and boxes, and, you know, it becomes a very maze-like exhibition because it's very utilitarian. But what if we imagined these themes to actually mess with that kind of containment? So I made these drawings of, you know, the content actually going out of the walls, right? And then how do we begin to link these themes, you know, because some of the themes would then spill over to the other room. But how do we link it so that it actually becomes one room or a sense of one room? And how do these new walls begin to actually usher people through?
So you also see how it inspired these sort of gathering points where you would gather around key points of the exhibition, which sort of parallel with the themes, the sections. And then also start building the shapes of the, the walls with this sort of rounded. So this very welcoming feel that was installed by Wolf's architects.
These themes became just actually structured the exhibition, but not necessarily in these kind of very discrete rooms. You know, I wanted it to be very continuous and very free, and maybe even in my imagination it actually went beyond the walls, because that's what these works do. You know, they go beyond the walls that they are hung up on.
Reddish and green also helped know where we could install those programs. And so it was decided that it was better, for instance, for the wall text and title to occupy lower parts of the walls to sort of offer more space to the works which are more important. So that's maybe, that's what I can say about the 2 steps. The webinar, more colorful, and then bit by bit folding into the spatial experience, which is a bit more calm and had to merge with what the physical space design did. The timeline was an important piece. We received data from the museum which was the result of an important and extensive research on the various things, the schools, the institutions, the artist names, the major dates, the political events. So it was about reorganizing those elements in a way that would make sense for a public, but at the same time, not trying to have a clustered object, very hard to access. So what we did is that finally we arrived into this date field. So when you experience a timeline, you have a decade, and the decade is a field of events somehow. And those events are variant in terms of their category.
It's difficult to think about 100 years of painting without also thinking about sound, because every era has a sound. So we absolutely had to collaborate with South African composer Neo Mhlanga, who brilliantly came up with a sonic translation or a sonic design of the exhibition. So what happens is, as you navigate your way through the exhibition, you'll hear different sounds that speak to the last 100 years according to specific theme.
It was important for me to be a part of this show because I think this museum is such an important center for art for the continent and for the diaspora. And I wanted to bring an archival response to the show. What African musicians have chosen as an aesthetic, but also a kind of a political posture over the past century. So it's a way of speaking to material that is very well known, that is popular, but also material that has been made obscure and invisible for political reasons, or maybe just it has been forgotten, doesn't get played a lot. I wanted to bring some of those threads to start connecting to some of the work that is on the wall. The process for me involved first hearing about what the different thematic rooms represent, the idea of the everyday, the idea of sensuality, spirituality, how all those themes interact with one another. I came to the museum and spoke to the curators to try and understand what their vision was. I had a chat to the architect who designed the spaces, Ilse Wolf, to understand a bit more about what was shaping it for her in her mind. And those were the reflections that I took with me to try and understand how you create a mixtape for one environment that may relate to the next one, but how the frequencies would speak to each other really is dependent on what the walls are doing, what the acoustic material on the floor is doing. So I had to reflect through what the sound character is, but also what the physical space implies. So that was my process.
Whew. It's kind of goosebump moments because it really sits well with many of the reasons of why we collect as a family. I mean, for us, we collect a lot of art to inspire. And so a large amount of our collection sits in entrepreneurs' offices across the continent. So you'll find our art in Yoko's offices here in Cape Town. You'll find them in Flutterwave's offices in Nigeria. And these are tech entrepreneurs building the next category-defining businesses for this continent, who then have this art around them on their walls, inspiring them daily. It inspires us as a family. I also think, as collectors, or more importantly, custodians, it's also up to us to share the work. So to be able to share it on a platform like Zeitz has been a great honor. So it really gives me goosebumps. It really aligns well with our mission as a family. So yeah, very, very great honor.
First of all, the collection and what the curators have done is really epic for contemporary African art. I'm not sure, and I maybe stand to be corrected, but I don't think any exhibition of this scale has ever been attempted or even carried out before. So, and the importance really is about the conversation of contemporary art on the continent, and not just on the continent, in the diaspora.
We're happy to have the opportunity to participate in this type of in this exhibition. We've participated in exhibitions before, but I think this one is definitely special. Again, I just think it's going to give so many people opportunity to see such great works on a grand scale, and just really happy to just play a small role and share this experience, and hopefully everyone share this experience with people around the world.
The conversation that was going on at the time, where we also had liberation movements, we had anti-colonial movements, we had human rights issues in America, and all of this was happening at the time a lot of these contemporary works were being created.
Artists are historians in many ways and amongst many things, but I think it is important to have these moments captured by us at this time. And I think what Zeitz has done has been incredible, because as you look at all the wonderful creations that have been done here, they've been done by Black artists. They're giving Black people a voice in a moment that's been captured, for hundreds and hundreds of years going forward. So very important conversation to have, very important to highlight globally what is happening and being created by Black artists. And it's, again, an honor to be part of it in a very small way.
One thing that's been important is and one of the reasons that we took our collection to so many other museums to share it, was to show people who were not familiar with the work of Black artists that Black people do the same things as everyone else. Not everything that a Black artist produces can be considered protest art. We're not showing people in chains and being whipped in bondage. These are people who are sitting at home reading a letter, or dancing, or sitting in a bar, or enjoying the outdoors. These are everyday things that Black people do, just like anyone else who is living and enjoying their life. There's a vibrancy and a love of life that comes through all of the work that I've seen.
It really is an honor to be part of such a big exhibition, especially that is focusing on African portraiture or just African artists in general from Africa and the African diaspora. I think it's such a significant time in history, and to be part of it feels really amazing. Yeah.
It's a kind of blessing, because projects of this caliber doesn't come every day. To have an opportunity for your work to be selected into this kind of project, it's a blessing.
This is an exceptional group show because
and also where the exhibition is taking place. I think that for Cape Town to have this vast history of African painting practice to be on display is an exceptional opportunity, firstly for Cape Townians, and then for the rest of Africa. So it's very rare to get this volume of information about what Africans have achieved in the visual arts, particularly in one field of it, which is painting.
Well, to me, this is simply a mirror of who we are, self-reflection, putting the gaze back on us and interrogating who we are as a people.
I feel like in this moment, I am like a continuation of people that have come before me. And so when I look at some of the artists that are in this exhibition, it's like I am because they were, and so when I think about when we see us, it's like collectively, like we can see ourselves, and that makes me feel incredibly happy.
So the exhibition, of course, comes with a large program. There is an editorial program, there is a discursive program, and there is even a closing conference project around the exhibition. I really wanted to have the voice of creative writers. I wanted the voice of novelists, I wanted the voice of poets, who also are part of the narrative of the Black experience in ways that are a little bit different than curators do or art historians do. The entire exhibition that will run at Zuid-Molka will also be accompanied by a long process of webinars, critical discourse that have started already. They started 6 months ago, before the exhibition even opened. And during those webinars, we are bringing scholars, of course, curators, writers, thinkers. I hope they feel enchanted and uplifted and excited.
Because without David, there wouldn't be any Zuid-Molka, right? His name is not on the building, but he is the absolute driving force behind this initiative.
David is trying to hide in the back there.
So, and I came at a time where, you know, groundbreaking projects like this, I mean, they are massive. I mean, you see the building, you see the ambition of the architecture, you see the ambition of institution making, are challenging in many ways. And the beginning years are usually also quite you know, challenging, difficult. So I came in at a point where the really important kind of urgency was to bring a certain, I mean not a certain, a very clearly, decidedly recognizable curatorial vision and institutional vision. And this was really my first task: build a team, you know, really bring some flesh and bones into the institution. But of course also governance, and in that I have the full support of both co-chairs, so David Green and Jochen Seitz. And when we see us is something that really started emerging in me even before I got to the museum. I'm a curator. My life is about imagining shows, right? And my work is about bringing artworks in conversations and artists in conversations. So, and mediating and translating that for the audience, for the public. So I've been very wary and curious about, you know, Africa, your time is now, kind of narrative, you know, which I absolutely not support in terms of, because it's too limiting in terms of, you know, the temporality of our histories and of our experiences. And of course, the market is always very fast in sensing the pulse, and the whole social justice kind of reawakening post George Floyd and even before, has created a sentiment in the field that, you know, it's time for Black art now. And I've always been very critical about this kind of narrative about it's time for Black art now. Also, it was not its time before and will not be its time later. So what does that mean, basically, right? So, so this is really the context in which When We See Us was developed. And it was, the focus was really to present a large temporality and to sort of annul this kind of urgent frenzy about, you know, Black bodies and the desire for Black bodies next to the violence that is done on Black bodies at the same time. So the fascination and the violence at the same time, so to speak. And we were very, and I really want to acknowledge Tandanzani Dhlakama, who is here in the room, the brilliant curator who was in the film, who is the curator of contemporary art at the museum, with whom I work very closely with all these deep, long researched exhibitions. So we were really very wary about all these very limited narrative about the Black experience that are circulating in the contemporary art space. And we wanted to address it in a form that brings forward the beauty, the power, the wealth, the depth, the joy, because the ordinary, the everyday, you know, and also how Black and Black joy is a political act, you know. To be resilient and joyful is political as a Black person. So in the world today. So this is really where When We See Us.
So, but one of the challenges I imagine that you faced in the beginning, as I kind of alluded to earlier, is that first the city, the totality of the city, has to accept that this institution belongs to them. How did you set about trying to coax the ordinary people of Cape Town into accepting this as their institution? Because it could be formidable in its alienation when, if you're from the township or you're from the flats, and how do you even enter a building like that? It's intimidating. So what were your tactics there?
Thank you for that question. I like that question a lot because it's a recurring question about, do people actually come to the museum? Do people visit museums? Museums are one of the oldest and the most successful form of presenting artworks globally. I mean, the latest statistics shows that like 3 billion people go to museum every year across the globe. So even more than sports events. But people don't
Except football.
Except, yeah, maybe. But people, I mean, it has an incredible traction. But of course, what you're saying is very true. I mean, we are in societies where, particularly in South Africa, where mobility is challenged, or was challenged and controlled, and certain spaces were not accessible to certain people at any given time. So it developed this culture of like, this is not for us. So we did something during COVID, which was Home is Where the Art Is. We couldn't get back to it because of the length of the video. What we did is, after our closing time of our lockdown for about 9 months, we invited people from Cape Town and around Cape Town to bring artwork to the museum. Maybe some of people who are in the room here remember that or even participated. I think it was one of the most successful, after When We See Us, one of the most successful exhibitions that we've done since I became director. And with that gesture, inviting people to bring artwork into the museum, they brought themselves, their network, their families. So the museum is definitely in Cape Town at its location because this is where the whole idea started. And Cape Town as an African city, which I call it an African city, I dare to do that, is something that we have a joke in the team where we say we make Cape Town African again, and this is what we are trying to do also through our work at the museum. So yes, it is still in development. There is still more to do, but I think that more and more Cape Townians are aware of the gift that they have to have Zuid-Afrika in their vicinity.
Thank you. So one of the things that you also have been doing is some, really quite major solo exhibitions. Tracy Rose. I think the William Kentridge exhibition, which was massive, essentially opened your tenure at Zuid-Afrika. What do you think the impact of solo exhibitions is on the overall direction that you're trying to take the museum?
Why we decided, or I decided, to have a focus on solo exhibition is really, I mean, we do these big research and group exhibitions as well, but our curatorial work is very much focused on, in-depth survey, retrospective look at solo practices. I think if you look at how can I put it, the history or the recent history of curatorial practice on the continent over the past 30 years or so, where, curators like me and others emerged in the field, we have very much focused our work on group exhibitions because we were in a hurry. There was so much to do. We wanted to put as so many voices and practices forward as possible. And very little work has been done on solo individual practices. And how those individual practices really relate within a generation or across generation. So, for instance, who, for instance, in South Africa claims to be, inspired by Gerard Sekoto, for instance, what kind of influences an artist like Ellen Sibidi has on younger artists. Ellen Sibidi, who is also featured in When We See Us, Ella Natsui, Issa Samb, and so on, on the one hand. On the other hand is also for us, we also want to be the museum that give young up-and-coming artists their first in museum presence, which in a career of an artist is very important to have a critical museum show.
So I know you to be also intellectually and emotionally resistant to being, the new face of African art curation, the grand madame of African art.
That's you speaking.
As if you are like the successor to this curator who died a couple of years ago.
Okwe.
Yes, Okwe.
I'm not Okwe's successor.
You are resistant to that sort of characterization.
Totally.
I'm asking this as a way of leading into how then do you position the museum in relationship to the other big centers of African art, metropolitan areas like Dakar, like Lagos, like Cairo, like Nairobi, where a lot of interesting work is taking place. Even secondary cities like Accra. Any Ghanaians in the house? Where a lot of this extraordinary near frenzy is taking place in developing new forms of modern African art. How do you place the museum in that broader ecosystem so that it doesn't unintentionally become like the one museum for African modern art?
Well, thank you for that question, which I love. I believe in interdependency, and very, very profoundly. And I believe in institution making and institution building, and size doesn't matter anymore. Content matters. I come from an independent practice with a very small organization, small in size, like Raw Material Company in Senegal, but that had such a draw and such a, resonance because of its program, because of its content. So
people came knocking on your door.
Exactly. So, and I think that the Zeitz-Mocha came out of, the work that many, many, many others like me have done in the field in those cities that you mentioned, and particularly also came out of a roaring cry. Thank you, Escom. Particularly also out of a roaring cry for by African artists to have an institution of this size, of this ambition, to be on par institutionally with the global conversation of art and institution making. So Zeitz-Mocha is very much actually a result of, 20 years of curatorial activism, institutional activism in the field of art and culture over the past 20 years. So I think that, we started, education is very important to me. We have an incredible Center for Art Education that is, I think, led by one of the best art education scholar, critic, and person, professional in the field, Liesel Hartmann. And we also started a fellowship program, a museum fellowship program, because it's one thing to have a wealth of, artistic practice on the continent and many artists. It's another thing to have, art professionals who, hold that field. So it's also to build the next generation of African art critics and professionals and curators. So it's all part of the same ecology. And yeah.
So you described recently, I think there was a big New York Times profile of you and your work at the museum. And you described the frenzy of the past 10 years or so in the market for modern African art. Obviously, that's a good thing for the artists, but is there also a potential negative side, downside to what you call the frenzy?
Well, I mean, market is good. You should never speak against the market.
Take the money and run.
Market is good. It provides livelihood for artists. It puts, practices out there. It makes collectors happy, But within all of that, there are art institutions, particularly non-profit art institutions like museums and other art centers. And these organizations, these institutions require support because they don't function on a commercial basis. Basically, everybody who comes to the museum supports the museum by buying a ticket to enter the museum. There are many other ways to support art institutions. You see our program is running, so any one of you who is interested and feel concerned can approach us. It is essential to support art institutions because they are the public space, they are the communal space, and they are the education space for the art and for thinking about it, for preserving it, for showing it, for writing about it. So art organization and art institutions are very key.
Is that a way of saying to this kind of audience of many extraordinary people what sort of support that Zeitsmoker might need from them?
Well, I mean, of course, I mean, it's very clear that all museums, all art institutions, non-profit, require support and in multiple ways. And I know that there is this idea out there that Zeitsmoker is bankrolled by Jochen Zeitz and David Green, but that is only partly the case, and even if it was fully the case, I think that it takes a whole village to raise a child. So it takes a whole continent, it takes a whole world to sustain a museum.
Okay. Thank you. So as we round up, I want to talk. I want you to talk a little bit about your angle of ascent. How did the young girl from Douala...
I am not that young, Dele, please.
No, but when you were in Douala, you were young, right? So what was that journey from there?
Well, it's interesting. I mean, you said it in the introduction. I think it's only when I became director of Zeitsmoker that my mother started taking me seriously.
At least there's one advantage to be.
Really, because all the way up to that appointment, she was just like, hush, I don't know what she's doing. She travels the world, but I don't know what she's doing. So I think that it became clear to me quite early after my graduation from business school that I don't necessarily want to work in the field of, profit making. I was trained to be a banker in Switzerland. And the space of the spirit which for me art is a social science, is a space of the spirit, is a space of, extending our lives. I think that we engage with art from whatever perspective, be it as aficionados, collectors, artists themselves, curators. I like to say, because life is not enough. Life alone is not enough. So art is an extension of ourselves, is an extension of life in ways that provides us a space of the imaginary and the space of the sensitive and the space of,
And the possibility of ecstasy.
And the possibility of joy. I call it joy. And the possibility of, enchantment and the possibility of even projecting yourself. So that is the role of art in our lives. And also I like to say that, humanity has always mediated itself through objects and scriptures. That will never change. All the way to today, that's what we do. We make objects and we write.
Thank you, Koyo Kouoh. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you, Billy.
Let's go get some lunch. We're halal.
Hello, my name is John Carlin, and more to the point, this is Justice Malala. I'm just going to be here in an entirely subsidiary role, trying to sort of extract wisdom from the deep fount of it that is justice. I first came across justice when I was here as a correspondent, foreign correspondent in the early 90s, and Justice was a rookie journalist who was abruptly found himself deep in over his head at a certain point. We'll come back to that in a moment. But from then has arisen and emerged into being a cosmopolitan man of letters who writes fantastic columns for the Sunday Times, but also has written for the London Times, New York Times, Wall Street Journal, all kinds of pronounces on South African affairs to the most distinguished audiences, among which, of course, we include you good people here today. Justice wrote a book with the brilliant title and terrifyingly ominous title of We Have Begun Our Descent, about South Africa. It was in 2015, wasn't it?
Yes.
And more recently, he's written a book about, which I haven't read. I've read the first one and annotated it very closely at the time, long before I knew I was going to be here with Justice. And has just come out with a book now about 9 days that shook South Africa, you could call it, around the time of the assassination of Chris Hani in April 1993, right? Anyway, so I think the idea, according to our dear leader, Dele Olojede, is that we must do a bit of a sort of then and now exercise. Am I right, comrade? Comrade leader. And so, yeah, I was here, like I said, I was here between 89 and 95 as a correspondent, and so I can talk somewhat about that, but really much more to the point is where we're at now, and that's where Justice can talk with absolute authority and credibility, and I cannot, and I will just simply ask some questions. But I'll just begin with a slightly sort of provocative thing to kick us off. The very first time I came to South Africa, I was living in Nicaragua previously, was in 1988, and I came to Cape Town, landed at the airport, and I remember being struck as we emerged from the airport by the rows and rows of shanty townships, Crossroads, Guguletu, Nyanga, before I was delivered in a red Mercedes-Benz to the magnificent, luxurious Mount Nelson Hotel. Here, 35 years later, I arrive at the airport and I go down the highway and I see the same shacks, only a lot more. Khayelitsha was a relatively small township in those days in '88, and now it's a sprawling sort of metropolis. And again, I pitched up at a beautiful, luxurious hotel. And so I observe the spectacle of those, you know, those huge, those sort of seas of poverty, so images of poverty for the world, really, you know, which are concentrated in that part of, in the outside of Cape Town. And I asked myself a question, Justice, what was the point of Nelson Mandela?
John, thank you for that fantastic introduction. They have a fantastic Chenin Blanc here.
They do.
They do. So I realized that, you know, it's an hour that we have, 45 minutes, and I'm standing between you and that Chenin. So, I'm not going to answer tough questions like this. I'm just going to make my own declaration.
Go ahead.
I'd first like to say thank you. Thank you for doing this with me. John doesn't realize what a massive, massive figure he is in South African journalism. In the 1990s, both him and Dele, Ama, a few other people, did such an amazing job of writing about this country. It inspired people like me. You'll see in my book that you're a huge reference, but also someone that I quote as being influential in me writing that book.
Okay, I'll definitely buy it and read it, don't you worry. We're done, sold.
I think a lot about why did Dele ask us to have this session? Why didn't Dele say, let's end off this session with this lovely conference with a session on Nigeria. Why didn't he say, let's end it off with Kenya? And it's with a huge humility that I sit here and I say, this is about, it's Africa in the world. So what is South Africa? Why do we have to focus on it, on South Africa now, instead of so much else? And I think part of the humility that I feel is that us South Africans have an exceptionalism, which I think is dangerous, because we think no, it don't happen here, not with us, we are special, we are all these kinds of things. And I've thought a lot about what that means for this country, that exceptionalism, that South Africa is not part of this continent, almost, or is it? And how do we go about having a discussion about it that's not exceptionalist, in a sense? One of the things that affects me profoundly is when we sit here and the lights go out, and we have a little chuckle and move on. Ordinary South Africans today have 10.5, 11 hours of electricity blackouts, but we call them load shedding here just to make it nicer. Now, if you'd been here in 2007, and earlier on today, Nasir spoke about where Nigeria was in 2008. If you'd been here in 2007, you'd have said, nah, you know, in Nigeria, they're having blackouts and so forth. They'll never happen here. We are okay. And I think we ignored many, many messages that said, you guys need to look out. You need to look out for the alarm bells. So I just wanted to say that quickly, to say I'm grateful to have this conversation, but I wonder a lot if South Africans shouldn't be having these conversations on their own, not at this conference, Dele, thank you. I just want to say, to foreground some of the things I'm going to say. First, I'm very much a child of the 1990s. That's when I started my career and so forth. And Nelson Mandela was a political, it was the art of leadership at its best. And the triumph of that political leadership set the tone for what Nasir spoke about in terms of Nigeria. In the 2000s, people like me began to see what the point of Nelson Mandela was. The black middle class ballooned like nobody's business. The economy, Nasir referenced Nigeria in 2008. At the same time, South Africa's economy was growing at 6%. Today, it will do 0.4%, I think. Yeah. Sorry?
About that. Yeah.
I think 0.2 was what the Reserve Bank said it would be. But if you want to be optimistic, that's good. What I want to say is that the political decisions of the 1990s and Nelson Mandela and good leadership like that led to the times of the early 2000s. So some of the discussions about politics, trumping economics and so forth, when you have the two in concert working together, I think you can see success. And I think in South Africa, for people like me, certainly those 2 decades were extraordinary. And we were on a path that I believe if we'd continued on, we'd be a far happier place than we are today. You saw the return of politics after 2008, 2009. Can I just say also, just on the question of South Africa being exceptional and so forth, one of the things that we don't talk about enough, and I think Nasir mentioned the leadership of Olusegun Obasanjo in the early 1990s. I was a reporter, I was at the time based in London, and I had the most fantastic job, and it was to follow Obasanjo, Mbeki, Abdoulaye Wade, and 3, 4, 5 African leaders who were saying Africa's time, not Africa's time has come, but said we need to be more assertive on the international stage. And they had a goal, they had a very clear conception of where they wanted the continent to be, to get a seat at the table and to build a better Africa and a better representativity for Africa. And I've never been prouder than to go to, whether it was Davos or other places, and see what political leadership can achieve. And I think it's not a mistake, it was a choice that Nigeria became what it was in 2008, to the numbers that Nasir spoke to, that South Africa was growing at 6%. When you were here, South Africa's expenditure on apartheid collapsed because it was making the country broke. Expenditure on security and so forth was going like this. Tax revenues, collections were going like this. Thabo Mbeki and his finance ministry and political leadership came back and closed that gap. And
was that Pravin Gordhan who did the whole tax overhaul thing?
It was, well, he was collecting the taxes, and someone spoke about the centrality of institutions. He ran the tax service. We don't like the tax service to be efficient, but it was the second best tax revenue service in the world after the UK service. So that institution worked. Trevor Manuel ran a fantastic finance ministry. Someone was pointing out to me that we had a surplus in 2008 or something, like we were doing well. And that is politics. That is the point of Nelson Mandela. From that leadership onto the next, Thabo Mbeki, the changes that you saw in Nigeria, in other jurisdictions. I know we had an commodities boom and all that, but I think if you get the politics right, then things do change. And not just here, but I think I've been witness to that change and the power of what political leadership can do. So we can then talk about afterwards, because I think the fruit of the 2000s were largely because the political leadership was very clear about where we were going. The policy followed. And I think, I know, we all know in the room that South Africa was a much better place. We made huge mistakes. The administration at the time wouldn't acknowledge HIV/AIDS and so forth. That was a huge, terrible blunt on our country. Our support for the emerging repression in Zimbabwe, both in the 2002-2008 elections, that was something terrible. But apart from those, we were doing pretty well.
Yeah, one thing that irritates Justice and I immensely is when certain young people nowadays, call Mandela a traitor and so forth, and that he sort of set everything off to a terrible start. And actually, I think what you're describing here is that Mandela, he achieved his historic mission, which was to end apartheid and establish democracy and cement the foundations of what was initially a very fragile democracy that could have gone towards civil war. And that was, he achieved his historic mission. And for people who don't understand that, well, they drive us mad, right? I mean, we just want to strangle them. But anyway, apart from that, he cemented that foundation, democratic foundation, in those 5 years and prepared the path for Thabo Mbeki, the more technocratic guy, and Trevor Manuel and these guys to set about the, planting the economic seeds. And I remember very vividly, even though I left here as a correspondent in '95, I've kept coming back all the time to do books and films and things and to see friends. And I remember, when I arrived in South Africa in the early '89, the concept black middle class, well, it didn't exist. You couldn't put the words black and middle class side by side. And then I'd come here in the year 2000, 2005, and not only did I see, the shopping center of Sandton just overwhelmed with black middle class, I saw black women driving cars. This was something that just simply didn't happen in those days. It just didn't happen. And now it was all over the place. And then, and maybe the high point was, the high watermark was the World Cup in 2010, right? I was here at the time, and it was apart from everything else, it was a fantastic success as an organizational thing. And it was kind of, here is the new South Africa, we've arrived. And then what happened, Justice?
The theme of leadership has been around for a long time, and sometimes it's almost boring. But the African National Congress made a humongous mistake in 2007 December. It elected a leader who was thin on policy, big on protecting himself from prosecution, whose partner had been convicted already for corruption. And essentially, we lost our way after that. And this is politics again. The politics overwhelmed the economic work that was done to bring us to where we were by then. When you make political mistakes like these, the consequences are apparent very quickly. In 2006, we had taken, Simon spoke about that 45 and 10% unemployment figure. In South Africa at the time, at the end of apartheid, unemployment was about 20%. When Thabo Mbeki left in 2008, we pushed it down by about 1%, but we were pushing it down. We were beginning to see unemployment begin to recede from about 22% when Mandela first started off.
And there had been a significant increase in the population, so therefore the figure.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
So there was movement. From that day onwards, through to the 2010 World Cup you mentioned, you could see unemployment begin to ratchet up. Ordinary people sitting at home, and it's continued. We at 34% now. Youth unemployment is above, that's people under 32, between 18 and 32. It's gone up to 64%, I think 63%. It's when entrepreneurs like people who are sitting here talk about, finding ways to absorb this, we are pushing them into that. And that's because of the not just bad political leadership, but continued lack of leadership in policy choices that has essentially played to the gallery, not done the right things to to continue the boom and in fact a leadership that takes from the people and from the country. And that is partly why we see the kind of alarming developments like the fact that we're sitting here, if you're running a business half of the day, you don't have power to run that business. And so a place like this has to then spend extra to make sure that you and I continue with just a minute of disruption instead of, well, let's cancel the conference. So,
what does it say about South Africa that the country is so vulnerable to one ill-intentioned leader? But there's still a lot of work to be done with institutions, or what's the lesson from that?
I think many of the institutions have survived and in fact have become stronger, and I think many of the institutions are being let me fast forward. I think many of the institutions in South Africa are being fixed. I think that you take an institution like the Public Protector's Office, which is the ombuds person for this country. We had an ombuds person who was incredible and amazing and received many, many accolades in the past. And then we had someone who essentially seemed to be making decisions to protect one leader. That person has just been removed this past week. I think the problem is that with these institutions that are being fixed, at the same time, many others are being undermined and weakened at the same time. The best institution in this country probably is the central bank. The central bank in this country is just world-class, fantastic. You listen to the governor, you listen to many of the deputy governors, and you say, wow, this is my country, you're proud of it. Lesetja Kganyago was in Washington, D.C. at the IMF 3 months ago, gave an amazing speech. People said, wow, this is good, this is amazing. You've got a central bank that's better than the Federal Reserve or whatever it is. It's just really amazing. Now, at the same time, that institution, in my view, has been heavily compromised because in the matter of the president at the moment, that was brought, many of you will know the story that the president was alleged to have $580,000 in his, at the safe in his farm. And no, it was in a safe, but he had a discussion with the worker and they said, no, it's not safe in the safe. Let's put it in the cushions. Now, you know.
There's a useful tip for everybody.
So there are many technical violations of the law here, and one of them ends up at the central bank. And the key question is, were foreign currency laws violated here? From my reading of the report and the investigation of the central bank, it says we can't do anything about this because there was no sale of buffalo. So because a transaction was not concluded, we really can't do anything. So they sit there like this. Now in my view, the central bank was contorting itself because if it said the president of this country had violated foreign exchange rules and regulations, the rand would have tanked, if I'm not right. There would have been mayhem. And so I think it's compromised. And that compromise is terrible, because if there is an institution in this country that I would bet my last dollar on, it would have been the central bank. So we're doing good things, and at the same time, politically, we keep on pulling back and so forth. But why did you said, why is South Africa so vulnerable to the acts of one guy? And actually, it's because the governing party was so powerful, so mired in the governing party, the ANC, the Party of Liberation in this country, was complicit. And when it had to make a tough decision and call its own leader out, so many people were invested in the continuation of the corruption that they made one accommodation, two accommodations, and it became the culture. And I think part of the cleanup process of the past 5 years is failing because in the 9 years, in the 10 years of President Zuma's tenure, it went from being, oh, there was an arms deal and one other deal here, it became endemic throughout the organization.
Well, which brings me to the question that I find most intriguing, and I don't remotely know the answer, so therefore I want you to answer it for me. Cyril Ramaphosa is someone who I knew well. I was on friendly terms with him during that time in the early 90s. He was the chief negotiator of the ANC. He was a great, brave, very, very impressive man, you know, who out of nothing built up the National Union of Mine Workers and then was the chief negotiator and cut all these brilliant deals with the apartheid regime in the end to, you know, to smooth the transition to democracy. And a terrific fellow too, a guy with a really good sense of humor. You know, you could sort of tease him. For example, with Thabo Mbeki, he was always a bit prickly. I'd be a bit worried with Thabo Mbeki. But with Cyril, I could sort of, you know, make a joke at his expense and he'd fall about laughing. You know, he was a strong guy and I thought secure in himself and a leader and a compromiser. And so when he came to power after the years of ignominy of Jacob Zuma, I thought, right, you know, we're now going to go out back to the clear blue seas and the sun. And I thought, I mean, people ask me, you know, elsewhere in the world, what is this Ramaphosa chap like? And I said, and I've said it several times, and now I suppose I have cause to regret it, but I said, South Africa is a unique case of a country where the person best equipped to be president is president. You know, how many places can you say that about? That's genuinely what I believed at the time. You know, you wouldn't say that about, you know, the current president of the United States or the aspirant one. So that was that. That's what I saw. So I thought, fantastic. You know, in fact, you know, do you remember, Della, you and I, we were together when Cyril sort of dropped out of politics in 1994, and we were talking with him in that hotel in Cape Town, and he was kind of pulling out of it, and he went off to make money instead. But he came back. You know, the guy on the beautiful shiny horse with a shiny armory. And what happened? What went wrong? Because it's, you know, he's been given a chance now. I think the verdict's probably in, isn't it?
No, actually, I mean, I'm going to say something that might come back to bite me because, you know, for those who don't read my stuff in South Africa, I have a terrible reputation as being the guy who is always in despair. I think Abdul Razak said last night. I'm the guy who is, you know, who's always moaning about like, oh, this is not great, this is not good, and so forth and so forth. So I'm one of those people. I'm like you. Cyril Ramaphosa, 2017 December, wins the ANC leadership race, and I said almost exactly the same thing. The person who should be running the country is now about to run the country, and within 2 months he's running it. And you could see the joy, not just of ordinary South Africans. You know, Simon earlier on, you know, spoke about the rand going to 20 rand to the dollar. When Cyril Ramaphosa came in, the rand strengthened to 12 rand to the dollar. I know it's not great, but it was just how much this hope was carried from business to ordinary men and women in the streets and so forth and so forth. I actually think the problem is beyond Cyril Ramaphosa as a person. Again, I go back to the ANC had over time, very quickly in fact, in just 9 years, accelerated. I'm not saying the ANC under Thabo Mbeki and before that was not corrupt. Earlier on I had a discussion with Innocent about the deals that were made around the arms deal, huge corruption. The failure to build new power stations and how the new build ended up with the ANC as a partner of in the building of these new power stations. Essentially, the party was going to, it's a gazillionaire on the basis of public infrastructure spend. But I think turning the ANC around now and the impact of the weakness of the ANC on turning the country around now is part of Cyril Ramaphosa's biggest problem. And I don't think he is displaying or exploiting the circumstances enough when he should to hasten those changes. So
has he been hesitant? Has he lacked resolution? Has he been a coward?
Your use of words is very, how shall I say? I would use those words. I've actually said Cyril Ramaphosa is spineless.
Well, exactly. You're being so coy here, but I read your articles. What are you talking about? I mean, you're at least as blunt as I am, if not more. I mean, what is this?
The one thing I do want to say is there's just been an election in Zimbabwe. The South African SADC has said that these don't meet our standards. Essentially, this was a sham. It shouldn't have happened. Have another election. Cyril Ramaphosa went to the inauguration of this president of Zimbabwe, Emmerson Mnangagwa. 2 weeks ago, Cyril Ramaphosa had a session like this with academics and political editors and so forth, and someone asked him, this election was not the right thing. He said, elections are very messy, and elections are sometimes you have to look at them in context, and he made a long spiel about it's messy, and so you have to work with the messiness of elections. Now, if we all sit here and really think about it, here in South Africa, in 1994, we had an election stolen in KwaZulu-Natal. The passing of Mangosuthu Buthelezi should remind us that we actually made an accommodation that there are so many people who have been killed and may continue to be killed if he loses KwaZulu-Natal, that we all as a nation conspired to give the IFP.
I remember that so vividly, Justice. Exactly. I mean, they took ages to give the election result. I remember talking to some of the people on it, like Zach de Beer, do you remember? Yeah. There's a lot of shiftiness. And actually, I mean, it's a great sort of dirty little secret about that glorious, April 1994 first South African democratic elections, that actually they fixed the bloody results. And actually, they gave Inkatha significantly more votes than they'd actually won. They pushed them over 10% so they could have 2 ministers in cabinet. Isn't that right? Yep. When in fact, probably they got something like 7%. And the ANC deliberately got less than the 2/3, which would have given them complete control. And it's a story that people don't talk about, right? It's this dirty little secret undermining. But on the other hand, it was, well, I was coming to that. No, and I agree. And I think that despite it all, I think it was a wise call. It was a wise call, but still.
So you're saying Zimbabwe should have a sham election now?
I'm talking about that time, that moment in South Africa, and I can see why they did it. But I mean, it wasn't all that honourable in the end, but it was messy, yes.
Yeah, but I'm reminding you of that because I think in many ways, 5 years ago, you and I saying the right person, a lot of it was also projection of ourselves and our hopes for South Africa on someone else. Perhaps we didn't know him enough that he would say, you've got to make an accommodation for certain things. Now, it's a slippery slope, but I think when I now review my own assessment of Cyril Ramaphosa's method of doing things, I think part of the method, and I'm not saying I tolerate it, I don't actually, but I think when I stand outside of my opinions and say, how do I analyze or continue to analyze this presidency, I think that it makes a lot of accommodations, one of which is I'm not kicking, I'm not closing off the border, even though South Africans are saying shut the border and so forth, but I'm going to find a way that the Zimbabweans can find peace and prosperity beyond this. I think he's playing the Zimbabweans in his own way. Will it succeed? Do you think succeed when you play around with your moral compass and your ethical compass? I don't believe so, but I think that is the game that is being played here.
Let's pan out a little bit. I mean, you know, I look back to those sort of heady days of hope and glory of, you know, the early 90s. Well, there was a hell of a lot of bloodshed too, let's not forget. But 94, when Mandela became president, was like the end of the movie, you know, when the male and female protagonists kiss the end, and it's all great and everybody's happy. And then, of course, you know, then the marriage begins and life becomes complicated. But anyway, but the thing is that, nevertheless, you know, we're talking about Mandela. I asked that sort of perhaps rather silly, provocative question, what was the point of Mandela at the beginning of this? But I think that his legacy has actually endured if you limit yourself to the mission that he set himself, which was to end apartheid and establish democracy. And the point I'm coming to is that for all of the woes and all of the things to lament about this country, it does actually remain a democracy. I mean, it's a place where, you know, you and I, we can talk freely about Cyril Ramaphosa or Jacob Zuma or whoever we like in a way that in lots of countries, we either wouldn't or would be sent straight to jail. And the judiciary remains independent. And these are things that are immensely to be valued. And, you know, democracy, as some, who was it, famous American TV reporter once said in the 60s, said, you know, freedom of the press is democracy. And we have that. And these things are to be valued. But for the great masses out there, is this something that's really worthwhile? Is it a genuine value for them? The 34% who are unemployed, the 60% plus under 32 who are unemployed, living with these appalling crime figures. Terrible education system is one thing we haven't talked about. It's been a real disgrace. I hear people say, people I know, friends of mine who fought in the struggle who are now sort of very despondent, they say, what we need here is a Paul Kagame.
That's a conversation that honestly is happening increasingly and deeply within the ANC. A lot of people are asking, what do you mean by human rights when people are poor and suffering and don't have opportunity? Maybe we need to rethink. So many of you will have read about the 77 people who died in a fire in a building in Johannesburg. That building is where my father, many people's parents went to be classified by the apartheid government on the ATL. It was the old post office for 100 years, say 85 years, I think it was. That building, the South African government moves in and says, oh, place of pain, we're going to repurpose it, turns it into a clinic, but fails to maintain it and run it and condemns the building. Doesn't look after it, doesn't say what do we do next. And so people move in, they pay rent to Kulegani and Justice, and Kulegani and Justice there's no running water, there's no lights, there's no ablution facilities. If you walk in, it's totally dark. People were walking on their own excrement in that place, and they called it home. They were living there. 77 people die, and the first thing that not one, not two, but several members of the ruling party, the ANC, say these people have died because NGOs who again and again have said to government that in terms of our Bill of Rights, if you evict someone, you've got to have an alternative temporary accommodation for them to stay. You can't just kick them out and leave them on the street to be in the rain and so forth. This is our constitution. This is our Bill of Rights that we adopted. And a lot of people, if you look on social media, in the press and so forth, on radio, people have been saying, yeah, it's the NGO's fault. And so what is the point of this constitution? So I think the values, I think the values that underpinned what we achieved in 1994 are under threat. The idea of freedom of speech and so forth, there are many people saying, well, why is Justice writing this stuff? Why are we allowing it when, well, Jamal Khashoggi wasn't allowed it. And so maybe we need a way to stop this noise so that we can, so that we can achieve.
Impose order and resolve the problems without all these pesky
without
journalists.
All these pesky journalists and so forth. So I think this conversation, we shouldn't take this for granted, that conversation becomes a bigger conversation. The reason why I spoke about being humble, about having to discuss South Africa, for me, is partly that in this country, my country, we were beneficiaries of the rest of this continent. I did my A-levels in Zimbabwe. I was a kid. I've worked for a Nigerian company. I've worked with other people from the continent and so forth. In 1994, when you were here, and you and Dele and Ama were reporting on this country, the idea that South Africans would go out on the streets in 2008 and kill 200 people that they deemed foreigners because they didn't look like us, we don't talk about it enough. That, this is extraordinary. So I think there's a lot of being, I don't know, we are too relaxed as South Africans, I think, about...
Too complacent.
Too complacent about what is happening here and how urgent it is that we need to recalibrate some of it. And that we mustn't think that any of these things won't happen to us. They happen to us a lot.
Well, look, I mean, if democracy is under threat in the United States of America, then, South Africa.
No, we are better than that. Really.
Good, well said, well spoken. Okay, on that note, I mean, bearing in mind that we're all aching for our Chenin Blanc, or at least Justice certainly is. I don't know if we want to take some questions, or do we just call it a day, Comrade Leader?
Take a few questions.
Okay, fine. If anyone has a question, here we are. Over here, a gentleman over here in the red cap. Do we have a microphone? Hold on, wait a second. He's going to bring in a microphone. Thank you. I'm from Zimbabwe, Justice John. And you told us what President Ramaphosa did. What do you think he should have done regarding Zimbabwe and the election? Good, a nice crisp question. Very welcome, thank you.
I think there are several things. In 2002, there was an election in Zimbabwe. President Mbeki sent a judge, Judge Sisi Kampepe, to write him a report about what happened in those elections and to come back to us. When she came back, she gave the report to the president, and the president said, I'm not releasing it, I'm not showing it to anyone. To their credit, NGOs and the press, particularly the Mail and Guardian, went to court and said, we want to see what's in this report. 6 years later, finally, they managed to get it unsealed, and it said, Judge Sisi Kampepe said, look at all the reports of the observers that were sent, not just South Africans, but other parts of the continent. And it says clearly that this election was stolen. In 2008, Morgan Tsvangirai was arrested. There are two stages to the Zimbabwean elections. There's the presidential and the parliamentary. The parliamentary results showed that the opposition had won. It was without dispute. But there was a runoff for the presidency. In the months between the election, those two elections, Morgan Tsvangirai was detained. He was beaten to a pulp. And essentially, the presidential election was stolen. And it was clear to everyone when you arrest the other guy and detain him that this had been stolen. So this is a trend. This is something that has happened before. President Ramaphosa should have said, SADC, it's not me, Ramaphosa, the South African Development Community says this election did not meet, their wording, did not meet our standards. He didn't need to do anything more than that. He had to say, these don't meet our standards, you have to have another go at this. It would not have compromised Ramaphosa. Diplomatically, it would have been so easy to say, it's out of my hands. You see it. You're a man of law, because that's how he regards himself, Mnangagwa. Do what the community says, and then we'll be fine. He didn't need to attend one, because by attending that inauguration, he endorsed a stolen election. So now we are part of the defense team of this sham election right across the river from us. It's the community. The Southern African community is now in. What do I do? What do we do when it happens in Lesotho? And, well, it don't happen in Botswana, or maybe it will. What do we do when it happens in another country? And this is the fundamental problem, when you allow one country to violate your rules and regulations and laws.
Well, that's precisely what you were talking about before, Justice, how democracy is under threat. It's kind of crumbling bit by bit, isn't it? It's another symptom of it, isn't it? Any more questions? Maybe one more. We're nearly there.
So I'm going to go out on a limb here and say that as a Nigerian, I think other Nigerians can agree that we know it can always get worse. I wonder, do you think South Africans have like a line at which they won't cross, or do you think that they will over-adapt the way I think Nigerians have?
I have several people I know here. Martin Kingston is here, is he?
Yeah,
he just stepped out. Oh, he doesn't like what I say. But I like Martin. He is involved, like Kulegani, like Paul and a few other people in the business community. Adi, I think you're also involved in some of it. Where business has on several occasions gone to President Ramaphosa and his cabinet and said, Delhi is a miner in the northwest or in wherever. Artisanal. And at the moment the railroads don't basically work as they should. An example would be if you're mining coal in the eastern, in Mpumalanga, one of the trains that I read about used to take 4 days to go from collecting to getting to the port in KwaZulu-Natal, in Durban. It now takes 14 days because there have been problems with the professionalism of the train drivers because many of them were late or were given money to go away without thinking through the experience and so forth and so forth. So it now takes 14 days instead of 4. But so the business community has gone to the president and to the cabinet and said, you are failing here, and now Delhi is sitting with his gold in Bloemfontein or wherever, the manganese or lithium or whatever we have, and he's stockpiling. He can't get it to Cape Town or to Durban to get on the boat, and so they go to government and say, we will help you. We have the expertise, we have the people, and so forth. This is not the first time this has happened. Business has stepped in on many other occasions and said, we can help with this and so forth, and basically plugged the gap. I think that is, I know people in business have been criticized hugely, saying you're propping up the ANC government. But there are many others who say, whether it's the ANC or the DA which is in power, if things are failing, as business will come in and help the country, not help the party in power. And I think I'm very encouraged that there are South Africans who step up and say, I want to help and I will help in this case, and they do that. I think that mitigates against some of my own doomsday scenarios. I think that is hugely encouraging that South Africans, patriotic South Africans, are doing this. I've got 5 more seconds, so I'm going to take it. I think what we saw in July 2021, when 354 people died in riots linked to President Jacob Zuma's incarceration, the one element about that is that we have a 64% unemployment rate among young people. If we don't do something about that, it won't be political. There'll be something that sparks something. It could be the police shooting someone, but you have so many people who don't have a stake in the system that will spark something that we might not be able to control. I think that's really my fear. We need to do something about that, and it's urgent, and it needs political leadership, and maybe then it will lead to other fruit out of that.
Let me just make one final point. Yesterday, when the bishop and the reverend were talking, the general impression was conveyed that we live in inhumane times and that people are awful generally. And I think that just drawing on what you're saying about how there are people here who, despite the fact that you're facing a sort of strong wind against and all that, are still giving their best. I think it's worth remembering that in South Africa, as indeed everywhere else in this world that we're all so worried about, such turmoil, this, that and the other, it's worth remembering that actually most people are decent and humane in South Africa and elsewhere, the great majority. And I always remember, I was quoting it to someone the other day, I think to Richard Joseph, a book that became quite popular during the COVID lockdown, which was Camus' The Plague, which is about a town that goes into quarantine because there's an epidemic. And Camus' book, The Plague, in many ways reveals the kind of the meanness and selfishness and indeed cruelty of people in these conditions of pressure in this quarantined city. But in the end, the doctor, who's the protagonist of the book, has this wonderful line in which he declares, he says, in the end, in humanity, there is more to admire than to despise. And I think I'd like to make that comment on my beloved South Africa, despite all the disappointments. South Africa is a country in which there is more to admire than to despise.
Thank you both. We think you deserve a couple of hours to catch your breath, and if the weather is agreeable, walk through downtown Stellenbosch and do what you have to do, but you will all be picked up from your hotels at, is it 5 o'clock? 5:30. I better get that right. But you will be picked up, it's in your program, you will be picked up at your hotel to go to the venue at 5:30. Thank you. To go to the venue of the closing ceremony. So wherever you are, please make sure you are in your hotel at 5:30 because it's the easiest way for you to get there. Justice Malala John Carlin. 5:30.